mic quality is probably horrible, so getting all set up. Hello and welcome to the second coverage of the general election. Last time I covered this on my old account. Now I'm covering it on my new account, although used for racing commonly. Felt it was a good idea this time to use it on the account that gave me more views. So with that, I'm going to do a few technical adjustments, see if we're all set here. Account that gave me more views. So doesn't sound horrible, believe it or not. This coverage will be shorter than the last time 4 years ago. All right, we should be up and running now. Just going to pull up the projections here. All right, just called to former Vice President Kamala Harris as we now join late in this presidential race. Kamala Harris has won 2 states. She has won California and Washington pre-projections. So once again, thank you for joining us. We are several hours into the presidential race. Currently, Trump is leading in multiple states. Georgia at 93%, still too close to call out in Georgia. President Trump, former President Trump, bringing in two 2,484,000, now 85,000 votes to Vice President Kamala Harris's 2,343,000, with 93% reported thus far. So I'm going to take a quick look here at some of the more populated areas. Atlanta has thus far been taking the most populist vote for Kamala Harris, but there are a lot of smaller areas that have been seeing former President Trump succeed over her at the moment. Minnesota polls just closed. We're still waiting on Nevada. Other than that, we have Alaska and Hawaii just to come up. So I'm going to pull up the pre-polls here on the computer so that I can show the map for some occasions. So now it is 214 to 179 as we reach this point in the election. Still very close, still cannot call any more at the moment. All right, we're going to use... There we are. So, all right, I now have this pulled up so that we can explain the map just a little bit more here. Hello and welcome. Our analytics team have been working to call races pretty quickly for us all night. We've also been using, with help from Fox News, among others, to call these races. So, Georgia and North Carolina. Those are the two biggest conversations right now. So we're going to go ahead and pull up the screen here and explain a few things. So, Virginia, it flipped within the last hour. Very likely to go Democrat, but we have been seeing a few more votes fall more Republican in the Roanoke area, just outside of the county. In Roanoke County, some more votes coming in for former President Trump. Also, the Democrats, though, have managed to gain ground since former President Trump was the leader in Roanoke for a decent period of time. So, all eyes, of course, on Virginia. There would be a big upset if it were to fall the other direction. Thus far, once again, we cannot call Georgia yet. North Carolina, that game is kind of close in just a little bit, is now 100,000 votes. A lot of Democratic votes coming from Charlotte and Raleigh areas, but the outskirts, they're bringing a lot of votes in. California, like I said, just conceded for Kamala Harris. Really haven't counted a lot of votes in California yet, but it's probably the most obvious to have been called for Democrat. Actually, for some reason, it is showing that there are not any votes at all. Waiting on Maine and New Hampshire to be officially called by the Associated Press. There are two divisions in Maine that are currently falling. One of them is falling more Republican, and the other one is falling more Democrat. Yeah, once again, California called for Harris, not conceded. So the Portland area, that went blue pretty obviously up in Maine. But I'm looking at a very sizable amount. Penobscot County up in Maine, it's bringing in a lot of votes at the moment. So we're going to head up here once again. It's bringing in a lot of votes for the red. So once again, Kamala Harris is leading, but only 20% has been mentioned. So Penobscot has brought in 10,000 thus far. That probably will switch just a little bit. We're going to keep an eye on that, obviously. But the Portland area, that's where we're seeing most of the votes come in. 71% thus far for Vice President Kamala Harris. I believe it's going to be very interesting for sure to see exactly how it falls in the next few hours. Nevada still hasn't started counting yet. Going to have to continue to keep an eye on that. Nevada said they will not start counting until every single person in the state has finished voting. So Nebraska District 3 has thus far has been confirmed for President Trump, awaiting the official Associated Press review for Nebraska's first 2 divisions. Wisconsin and Michigan have been very closely watched thus far, though. Michigan currently has jumped to former President Trump. Just at the time of looking at this, it went from being a tie at 49% to 51% to 47%. Gonna have to watch Michigan pretty hard. Wisconsin, mentioned before, is a pretty flip-floppy state. Same case, 51-48 this time, up there in Wisconsin. Of course, these more northern states, what they like to call the blue wall, are a lot of places where people kind of looking at things from the outside. There are a lot of issues up there where people are believing, maybe the economy needs a little bit of help. Maybe, Kamala Harris is not the option for this economy. And other people believing that Kamala Harris is the option for the economy. She will turn it around. I believe her promises. But it seems to be up north, Wisconsin and Michigan thus far. Once again, only 32 and 64% have been reported. But they are currently flying in the direction of Trump. Georgia, that hasn't changed all that much. Still 100,000, a little bit over 100,000, going in the direction of former President Trump. Idaho has just been conceded by the Associated Press for former President Trump. No votes yet counted on my screen for either party. We're going to reload and take a look at that. Once again, yeah, still not conceded over there. Still not called. Fox News has called Idaho at the moment. Once again, I'm still not seeing very many reports just yet. Going to be interesting, but we're going to go ahead and just Idaho, because that is something that I need to keep an eye out here. So Polymarket still has Trump at a likely chance of victory. 89% since we last checked recently. Going from an unbiased standpoint just at the second. Looking at all the swing states, these are very important. Every single one is leading Trump right now. Nevada has not been reported. Trump by 3 in North Carolina. Just updated. Trump by 5 in Michigan. And Trump by 3 in Georgia. Georgia looks like it'll probably be the next one to be called. It's been at 93% for the last 15 minutes. Arizona, 53% in. That is a very close margin, 0.13, but it is leaning Trump. Georgia, very likely Trump. North Carolina, very likely Trump. Very interesting to see these swing states all fall that direction. Florida, probably very narrowly. They're expecting Vice President Harris to win narrowly Maine, Minnesota, District 2 in Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Mexico, and Virginia. She currently leads in Virginia by about 1.7 with 82% reported. That would be an upset for the Democratic Party. That would have absolutely put a fork into their plans if Virginia goes to red. Still pretty close, though. Only about 50,000 votes in Virginia. So 50,000 votes, it's a lot. But when you think about the population in these states, let's take a quick look at the general population in Virginia. I'm gonna go ahead and grab kind of a third-party research here. Population of Virginia. Yeah, I mean roughly 8.72 million. Obviously, not every single one of them is going to vote, but that's a lot of votes. They're really close. They're really close to counting them all. But I mean, they've only come in Virginia 3,000, close to 4,000 in total. That is really on edge. I think I would say probably close to 5,000 or 6,000 of the population there probably can vote. So we're not calling that just yet. North Carolina. All right, Senate. Ohio Senate seat just breaking. Ohio Senate was just handed a flip to GOP. So Bernie Moreno flips Ohio. I'm going to have to take a look at this here and get back with you all. Live Senate results. Okay. Let's see. Okay, New York Times. Here we go. So we're going to check on this. So Moreno did overtake Brown. That is wild at the moment. So Brown is the incumbent over in Ohio. It is pretty even, though. But it is projected that Moreno will win. Nebraska Fisher's up on Osborne. An incumbent independent. That would be a takeover. Overall, not a lot to change, but one seat, and Republicans will have majority in the Senate. Now, the House is something we also have to keep an eye on, because I believe we have seen some flips to Democrats in the House. So very interesting. Obviously going to have to take a look at that. We just got a call. We just got a call here. Who did we call? Alright, so I believe it was just an update. No. North Carolina has just been called. President Trump, former President Trump has won North Carolina, one of the biggest battleground swing states during this election cycle, along with Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada, has been North Carolina. And former President Trump has been called 51-48. 2,570 votes to 2,436. So the Associated Press has just called that race for President Trump. So President Trump now at 230, Vice President Kamala Harris at 179. Former President Trump needs another 40 votes in the Electoral College. Sorry, I saw something else I believe came up. So those 40 points can come from Georgia and Pennsylvania by themselves, with obviously Alaska being called for President Trump. If he gets Pennsylvania, Georgia, Alaska, and just looking here, I believe Arizona, then it is over. Georgia's still early to call. Pennsylvania will be called soon, apparently, according to the Associated Press. Pennsylvania still pretty close. I can see why it is too close to call. Wisconsin, 65% in. Trump leading 50 to 47. Check a couple of others here. And plug my phone in as well. Yeah, still too soon to call Wisconsin. I'm going to adjust my screen here. There we go. That looks a little more clean. Okay, so we're going to bring up the screen once again here. We're going to do some of our own investigation and see if we can call anything soon. So once again, we're going to update this, although it has been updating pretty quickly here. Pennsylvania, again, closest to being called. That's going to be the next one, probably that or Georgia. Georgia hasn't changed. Actually, President Trump has gained more in Georgia. He picks up Georgia. We scroll down here and we see Georgia will be 16. Pennsylvania, that's 19. Put those numbers together, we would be already in the 30s, just leaving a couple points left. What is that? I mean, 35. He would need 5 more votes to be elected. North Carolina most definitely did him wonders. Nevada, there's still that question of Nevada. We aren't seeing any votes come in yet. Georgia did not tighten. Pennsylvania did not tighten. We are talking about Michigan. Maybe it's going to get closer, but former President Trump has gained an extreme amount of ground in Michigan in just the last hour. Same with Wisconsin. Minnesota, not usually a close, usually goes blue, but we are seeing 61%. I mean, the voter turnout in Minnesota would have to be so immense for it to go to President Trump. We've seen it before. We have seen the voter turnout be extreme. Right now, I'm just not seeing the numbers that I need to see here. On the current level, it will be called tonight, but there are the questions of, when are the polls going to close? We obviously have heard certain counties. We have a county in Arizona, Maricopa County, closing the polls, and they're going to be counting for the next couple of weeks. They said it's going to take too long because the ballot's too long. There's another one in Georgia. Now, he is up a lot more in Georgia. We just gained another percent, roughly 95% in Georgia. and he is still up by well over 500,000 in Georgia. Roughly 95% in, like I said. Yeah, it's over 100,000 in Georgia. So be likely to see Georgia called soon. Not expecting to see Arizona called tonight, but once again, that's the thing. Pennsylvania gets called. Georgia gets called. If they go to President Trump, he needs just 5 more electoral college votes, and then he will be the next. He will be the next president of the United States. Turn that around to the Democrats, though. At the moment, we have not seen in the last several years the Democrats behind this much at this point. We would need to see from 187, because the whole West Coast has been called for former vice president, or for the vice president. My apologies. Let's see. Hawaii, 4 electoral votes. I'm going to do the math here since we don't have the math up just yet. So that's 4 for Hawaii. That's going to the Democrats. That'll put her at 192. What else does she need? She picks up Nevada. Somehow picks up Nevada. That's 6. I mean, you're still in the 190s. You're at 198. She picks up Wisconsin. There you go. You're getting some stuff. You're at 208. She picks up Michigan. You're at 218, 223. But I mean, Arizona and Georgia. I mean, she picks up Minnesota, she will gain ground. But it's going to be close. It is going to be close for her. 270, obviously, is the number. Believe I'm doing my math right here. We're gonna double check though. Yeah, 35. 35 from Pennsylvania and Georgia if they get called soon. And then that would put former President Trump at 265. He would need 5 points. What'll Alaska give him? That's 3. He would need 2. Where can former President Trump get 2 votes and win this? I think I know where. 2nd Maine District. That's 1 vote, I believe. Another district in Nebraska. If he picks up some of the districts in Nevada and the other district in Maine, then that's his path to victory. Otherwise, just winning Georgia and Pennsylvania and Alaska is not going to do it. Some we haven't checked on. New Mexico. I'm not fully sure why New Mexico hasn't been called yet. At least for Kamala Harris. I mean, that's a very obvious Dem place. So what were we at? 2 for Vice President Harris. What were we at with the projection that I called? So we were at 208. Add in, what's the 15 state? Add in Michigan. She was at 220, 223. So she gets Michigan, 223. New Mexico, 5 votes. 228. This is also including Minnesota, Nevada, New Mexico, Hawaii. Go up to New Mexico, 228. 232 for New Hampshire. Maine, the other 2 electoral votes that are up for grabs. 234. Virginia, 13. 247. I mean, she's at 247 at that point. 257 from the Wisconsin votes. If she does not, I mean, there's an obvious path, but if she does not pick up a few of those states, then it is going to have to be called tonight. No more updates just yet. All right, continuing to keep an eye on the presidential stuff, let's go take another look at the election polls for the Senate. That is very important to keep an eye on. So, the remaining Senate polls lead us to Moreno in Ohio, Ted Cruz in Texas, which that's going to be called for Ted Cruz soon. Not sure why it is. Not yet. Actually, I'm not sure if these are the uncalled ones or not. I don't believe so, so we're going to check Fox real quick on my phone. See what Fox says about the Senate. Okay. Apologies, Fox is not wanting to work on my phone currently. So we're gonna have to take a couple minutes to wait to get our complete information on the Senate race. Senate race is tight though. Republicans have flipped 2 seats thus far. They have called another, which was Ohio. They called that, but that's still right now. That still right now is going in an opposite direction. Nothing else called. Still going to check again on Georgia, see what we got. Yeah, still the same. Nothing else. Roughly 95%. Or like more than 95%. Sorry, apologies on that. Roughly or more than are similar enough, I would say. So Arizona did go up. Philadelphia did as well. We're going to have to check in again on Philadelphia. So Philadelphia has been a decider for the last 2 elections. I don't know. Philadelphia might not be the decider tonight, though. That might go down to Arizona, Wisconsin, or Michigan, or who knows, some of the other districts in Maine, maybe even Nevada, Alaska. You never know. So we're going to do a quick check here on the camera on Pennsylvania. Once again, you're going to pull up here. Pennsylvania. He's up to 200,000, almost 200,000 votes above Kamala Harris at 79%. 78, my apologies. We look further into the districts. Philadelphia very blue down in the right-hand corner, but it's all these smaller-looking districts. I mean, the people are the masses, especially over in Westmoreland. 119,000 compared to 55,000. That is a massive, massive gap for former President Trump. Butler County, we all know Butler County, 79,000 over 40,000, 95 votes in there. Pittsburgh went blue, 200,000 more. I would say closer to 100,000 more to Kamala Harris, but she performed pretty badly in Pittsburgh compared to last year. It shifted red. It shifted red in Pittsburgh. Cumberland County, that went more blue, obviously. He still won there, though. He still managed to win. But all I'm seeing here in Pennsylvania is a bunch of red arrows, and the blue is in very small, very unpopulated areas of these states at the moment. 90% in for Philadelphia now. Still no call, but just jumped up to, apologies again, 80%. No change there. Still nothing coming in from Nevada. This is very interesting to see Nevada again polling pretty late. New Mexico, New Mexico is not super populated. That's why it only gets 5 electoral votes. But New Mexico is only a couple thousand off of each other. So at the moment, 363,000 to Kamala Harris and 323,000 to former President Trump. If something goes more red in some of the lighter districts, I'm out here looking at some of the districts that haven't been counted. Catron County, if that goes red. Union County, those are counties that are more populated areas. Roosevelt County, those counties have not been counted yet in New Mexico, but they have historically not gone red before, so the likelihood of that is pretty low. Haven't seen a change in Georgia. Still no call from the Associated Press just yet. Still too early to call. Looking at the Ohio race for Senate, though, it is neck and neck. Fox News once again called it for Brown, or not Brown, they called it for Moreno. Moreno is +3 right now. The early polls have said that it's going to either be really close or a landslide for Brown, but Moreno is currently polling right now. Yes, popular vote with California is surprising. Thank you for the reminders. One of my analytics directors just informed me. Popular vote, very important, because there's been a lot of conversation about popular vote deciding the president over over the Electoral College. Popular vote is currently following the Electoral College with California reporting. So it is 52.1% to 47.2%. We still have a lot of counting left in a lot of states. Maine still hasn't really gotten that far. We haven't even counted Alaska or Hawaii, but those are some of the smaller states that really don't have that many people that live there. Nevada still is yet to count. The polls closed almost an hour ago now, and no, we don't have anything yet. We still don't have anything. It was an hour ago that it closed. So they are really letting Nevada go. Ted Cruz just won re-election in the Senate. So that should... Not sure if it was called before or not. That is possible that is the end of the conversation. That's all she wrote. I don't think that it's over, actually. Yeah, Ted Cruz winning did not end the Senate race. So Senate's still going. Okay, that's what I was looking for. It's looking for something that reported the majority and the minority here. 218 for control. House is still up for grabs. Senate. Yeah, the Republicans have taken 2 seats in the Senate. So it is very close to the Senate being over. House not even close. Presidential election still up for grabs. Haven't heard anything anymore at the moment. We're going to continue to monitor. Pennsylvania is gaining. Georgia still at 95% at the moment in Georgia. Almost all the same states that we had to deal with in 2020. Almost all the states that did not go tonight in 2020. Virginia has just been called for Vice President Harris. That puts Vice President Harris at 200. If I had to guess, with Virginia being at 87%, we'd have to see a call pretty soon. Being that she's only 100,000 down in Virginia. $200 to $230 at the moment. Still a pretty close race. Trump has a bigger lead than he did back in 2020, though, at the moment. We're going to check on Wisconsin. Trump still leads in Wisconsin, but it got a little bit closer. Not fully 100,000. Michigan is still 100,000 votes separating the two. Still no counts in Nevada. Arizona's pretty close at the moment. 10,000, under 10,000 votes, deciding Arizona at 53%. So Arizona is going to be one to watch. Amy Klobuchar has been reelected for Senate. That is a Democrat. All right. We're going to... Forgot to change this here. Virginia has been the most recent called for Harris by the Associated Press. New Mexico has been called for Harris. Some of those counties have been invested into, and they went pretty blue. So it's not likely that we will see a flip in New Mexico. Still pretty close at the moment, but they're tracking blue. I will not be conceding New Mexico just yet. I'm going to keep that on my radar, though. Still got to keep an eye on Georgia. There's more than 95%. North Carolina was big. That was a big one they were able to pick up just a little while ago when it was called. Put former President Trump at 30. We have to look at North Carolina here, though. I mean, that is a huge shift. The shifts, Charlotte went more red. Raleigh went more red. There are so many places that changed from blue to red out in North Carolina that probably had a massive effect on that vote. New Hampshire, not Boston. New Hampshire, once again, Kamala Harris appearing to be taking New Hampshire. There's still about 25% of the vote before it is over. But there is a certain point when you can call it. And we'll see when they call Georgia. Because Georgia is now sitting at around 95% for the last few. Actually, probably 20 minutes at this point, probably. Another percent from Wisconsin. Wisconsin, 51%, a little less than 100,000 advantage over Kamala Harris, still the same as it was. Lots of votes coming from Madison, Wisconsin, in Dane County. 251,000 votes from Madison. The Milwaukee area, 161,000 in Milwaukee County. I mean, again, it's going to be interesting. Going to be interesting to see for sure. Nothing else called at the moment. So Fox has projected, I believe, New Hampshire and New Mexico already conceded. I'm waiting to call a I'm waiting to concede New Mexico because I want to see where some of these counties are tracking. There's still 2 counties that haven't been counted, but they're not very populated counties. Still, I mean, doesn't mean a lot because he's only 30,000 votes from getting New Mexico. I'm going to take a look at Michigan again. Michigan went up in 1%, and he's getting a bigger lead in Michigan at the moment. He has 100,000 on her. I'm going to have to stay invested in Michigan. Still, once again, waiting on Pennsylvania and Georgia. Too soon to call those 2 states to concede them. Georgia, he has a really good lead. Really, really good lead in Georgia right now. But I'm looking at some of these counties here. Specifically 3 of them that I'm really looking at here. Jones County hasn't been counted according to this yet. Clinch County hasn't been counted. Ware County has been counted. Where's the other one that I was taking a look at? So really it's only 2 counties. Yeah, only 2 counties in Georgia have not been counted at the moment, and that's Jones County and that's Clinch County. Really, I would say that we could call it now, but I believe 95% is still too close. Usually isn't too close, but the way that things have been tracking as of late, I mean, California is not even close. We're getting a lot of blue. Minnesota's been surprisingly close. But Vice President Harris currently takes that county. Pennsylvania, ever so close. Still 200,000 votes, though. Still 200,000 between President Trump and Vice President Harris. I feel like we could almost call Pennsylvania sooner than we could call Georgia. Just because Georgia's around 100,000, but Pennsylvania's at 2,000. So I will expect to see that we concede Pennsylvania at around 87 to 90% through. Wisconsin, we just got more reports from Wisconsin here, and Wisconsin continuing to track towards President Trump. In fact, he gained about 10,000 votes on Vice President Kamala Harris here. So Fox News just projected Senate majority will go to the Republicans. That is a big turn of events if that did happen. So yeah, President Trump up 2% in Georgia, up 5% in Michigan. Still a lot of votes to count. 4% in Pennsylvania, 4% in 4 points in Wisconsin, no votes in Nevada. Trump wins North Carolina. I'm gonna take another look at the margins. Yeah, I mean it's easy to call it when it's like about 200,000 votes up. That's why we cannot concede Georgia just yet. Because if we look at this chart here, we're going to real quick switch over to the screen once again. If we look at this chart, we will see that right here, the votes for Pennsylvania, that's about 200, that's a little bit more than 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. If this were at say the 95% that we have at Georgia, and we have more votes that just came in for Trump, getting him just below 200,000. Pennsylvania as well. If we could call it for Pennsylvania, if it was at the same point that Georgia is right now, then we would be able to call Pennsylvania. We also have to look at places like Michigan, Wisconsin. Wisconsin's going to be closer. He gained more votes in Wisconsin. He's now 100,000 over in Wisconsin. Big surprise, honestly. From my perspective, I did not see that at the beginning of this. I was not expecting that. Michigan, a little bit bigger of a margin as well. It just went up to 300, so he has Michigan pretty solid at the moment. Of course, things can change. Again, Arizona, though, that is a tight race at the moment. That is a very tight race, 910,000 to 903,000. But as just reported by Fox News, from the information that I was given, Republicans have gained control of the Senate. That's going to be the first time since 2013. Yes, Virginia has been conceded to Harris. Not going to concede anything else just yet. The Associated Press has not said anything. I believe that we're probably going to decide to concede Pennsylvania. Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna concede any states at the moment. Just gonna still take our time to investigate this. Might be New Mexico next. The gap has raised to 40. Still Catron County and Roosevelt County have not been counted. Gonna have to take a look at the population, but I will hand it to Kamala Harris in the next few minutes, I believe. Otherwise, really are not seeing anything at the moment. The whole northeast coast has gone to Kamala Harris at the moment. New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, and Delaware, obviously. Virginia looked really close for a while, but with 88% of the vote in and over 100,000, well over 100,000 votes in, and most of the counties counted for Virginia, there's just no clear way that we can concede this to, or there's just no clear way that we could say that anyone besides Kamala Harris is going to win. Virginia, Michigan, we got more incoming Michigan and Wisconsin here. Well over 100,000 again in Michigan with 46 in. Wisconsin, that is also well over 100,000. Still looking at the House results. At the moment, by the states that we're going to be calling soon, we're going to end up with 165 Trump, 125 Harris. That will be a five electoral vote margin. That is a really close margin. Let's see. Are we getting any? No. So polls close at 2 a.m. in Alaska. Update for the House. Republicans have taken 170. And Dems have taken 125. Still too close to call in Wisconsin. All of the one county has not been counted. That's Douglas County up north in Wisconsin. Michigan, he extends his lead again up there. Pennsylvania, we got another report. He has 300,000 now. He has little less than 300,000 on Kamala Harris here in Pennsylvania. Gonna look at Georgia. Just called Hawaii. Hawaii has just been conceded to Kamala Harris. Less than 200,000 in Georgia, so it is still a little close to call in Georgia. Vice President Harris has won Hawaii. So we now shift into 204 to 230. Former President Trump still holding the lead strong at the moment. Still no votes counted in Nevada. Still. Once again, that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Wisconsin and Michigan, we've been gaining a lot of votes recently to where we may be able to call them. Not Michigan, but Wisconsin. Not super soon, but I would say maybe the next while. Pennsylvania, nothing has changed. So we're going to keep an eye on everything, and we're going to take a small break and return here in just a little while. All right, we now have enough votes in New Mexico to call that for Vice President Harris. Hello, welcome back from my 15-minute intermission. So, obviously, there's a couple things that have been called, New Mexico being one of them. Nebraska had a couple districts. One of the Nebraska districts went to Vice President Harris. No surprise there. So we are going to head and change Hawaii for New Mexico. All right, New Mexico has been called. So, with that, the Associated Press, it is now 2:30 to 2:10. Fox has conceded, Fox has called the 2nd District in Maine and the first 2 districts in Nebraska to bring President Trump to 232. As for Kamala Harris, she has been brought to, I believe, 216, as they called New Hampshire a little while back. New Hampshire still really cannot be called. There's 83% of the votes, and they're only about 20,000 away from each other at the moment, from what I'm seeing. As for the Senate, officially, the Senate has been called. Republicans will have majority in the Senate. That is breaking news for everyone right off the gate. House still being decided. It's 178 to 150, I believe. So, going to continue to keep an eye on that. Georgia has yet to have been called. Votes are still flying in for Georgia. We will keep you all updated. We will keep you all updated on Georgia, of course. Still too close to call. Arizona is just a mess right now. We still have Apache County to count, as well as a few other counties that's the county that we have not counted yet. Wisconsin is a solid 100,000 votes ahead. Yet to count, though. One county is Douglas County. That's the one that they still haven't counted over there. Minnesota's kind of intriguing right now. It's 100,000, actually a little bit under 100,000 for Kamala Harris right now in Minnesota. But I'm really keeping an eye on some of those smaller counties that in previous elections they've kind of gone red before, like Marshall County, Lake of the Woods County. I mean, Minnesota has done a complete shift to Republican this election cycle. I mean, it's interesting, something to look at, but obviously all eyes are on Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Wisconsin, which probably we will be calling soon. As for now, they're all too close to call. The amount of... They still have to do counting in Brooks County as well as Clinch County, but as opposed to 2020, there are so many things that are just flipping, that are so different. I'm going to look at this. The Atlanta area, it shifted more Democrat, but everywhere else, like Athens, Savannah, they all shifted more towards Republican on the chart that I'm looking at right now. And Pennsylvania, he has over a 200,000 almost 300,000 point lead over former Vice President, not former Vice President, but Vice President Harris. They still have to count Cameron County. They still have a lot of work to do. Thus far, Cameron County is the one that has not been counted at all. But impressive in Pennsylvania. Feel like we can call Pennsylvania maybe tonight. Georgia still gaining votes, obviously. That's a 200,000 margin. A little bit under 200,000 margin. That's going to be another thing to keep an eye on. Still, like I said, haven't started counting in those two counties, so that's going to be something interesting. Maine, not a lot of points to come from Maine, so like I said, we're going to continue to watch those counties, and Nevada it still has yet to begin counting, allowing everyone to finish counting votes. Kind of interesting, kind of intriguing that they're doing that, but yeah, once again, I'm going to keep an eye out for everything at the moment. I just want to show everyone why we don't call things super early here. We're going to switch to the screen here. Oh, not my HP. So, we're not calling New Hampshire early. Fox News called New Hampshire early, but if you look there, that's 322,000 to 348,000. That is only 200,000, or not 200,000, that's only 20,000 votes that could go in a different direction. And from the chart that I'm looking at right here, there are counties that could improve to go red that have not been counted fully. It is only 83% in. We just got another percent for Pennsylvania and Michigan and Minnesota as well. But we got to keep our eyes on Arizona, of course, Georgia, and Philadelphia, or not Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Those are going to really be the nail biters in this situation. But most recent state that has been called is New Mexico for Vice President Harris. I believe the next state that we will probably call, I mean, it's really hard to tell. Wisconsin, he has a big lead. He has a big lead in Wisconsin. I believe we could call Wisconsin. Well, big is kind of a relative term. It's only 100,000. We could call Wisconsin if it stays at 100,090, which we might do. Pennsylvania, I mean, the lead that he has on her in Pennsylvania is massive right now. Just went up to almost 400,000 votes. So Pennsylvania at 89%, I believe we're probably going to end up calling Pennsylvania around 92%. We really have to wait and see, what states are going to end up flipping, like, almost out of nowhere. The current Electoral College estimate as of from the New York Times is 302 to 236. The way that things are at the moment.
So sorry to cut you off, Mr. Huff. Georgia has been called to Donald Trump.
Georgia has just been called, all right. So obviously it's kind of shocking to me that they would call Georgia. So is that from Fox News?
CNN,
all right. Yeah, so Georgia has not yet been called on the national, the Associated Press, but I'm going to take a quick look here at the the polls, the map for the polls real quick before I can fully make a decision that we are going to call it. I mean, it's close to 200,000 in the votes in Georgia. There's still 2 counties that haven't been counted yet. I think I'm probably going to give it a couple more minutes before I'm going to officially say that Georgia can be considered conceded, but they are continuing to count. We have been watching for a little while to make sure that they have. So I have my assistant and analyst here, Noah Hamilton, who was the one who hopped on here. Are you still here, Noah?
Yes, sir.
So, from what you've seen here, obviously Trump has a lead going into the overnight hours. What are you thinking exactly from what you're seeing from some of these states that are maybe a little bit closer, like how he's performing right now? What are your thoughts, and how are they going to play out when we get closer to the end?
I think that Donald Trump has a very reasonable possibility to sweep all 7 of the key swing states. Right now, I think he has a very good chance in Pennsylvania, a very good chance in Wisconsin, a pretty good chance in Michigan, Arizona, and then Nevada we will not know for a while yet.
Yeah, so just for those who don't know, Nevada will not start counting until they have seen every vote come in. So it's an interesting choice from Nevada. I want to know your thoughts on their choice to not count all the votes until everyone has finished yet. Exactly. Like, what do you think?
I mean, it makes sense because of the interference allegations by both sides in the past 2 election cycles. This will certainly try and curb that in the state of Nevada by not allowing any new ballots in.
Yeah, so and it gives everyone an opportunity to voice their opinion, which is the right that we have as Americans in America to vote. Just to let everyone who is there and take your time to count the votes so that we can't drop more if those allegations are true. So, yeah, I absolutely understand that 100%. Alaska's not going to close for a while, but we obviously know who is going to win Alaska. So, Alaska and Georgia. Georgia is 16 electoral votes. That would put him at 46. Alaska is 3. That would put him at 49 votes. So at that point, those are the 2 that, seeing Georgia has been called, and we'll make the call to concede it here shortly. Seeing that, what do you think the play is for him to be able to wrap it up either tonight or as soon as possible?
Well, with the 87% reporting in Pennsylvania and the 83 in Wisconsin, it's very likely that both of those Donald Trump will win. And those are both, I'm going to bet, within a couple of hours of projections. And that will be how he wraps it up, by winning both of those states. He can also wrap it up with Arizona. Any combination of Arizona and any of the Rust Belt states.
So something interesting.
But we will not know Arizona. So.
Oh, you're okay. Something interesting. Yeah, we will not know Arizona for probably a couple of weeks after the Maricopa County officials unveiled that they would not be finishing counting the night of the election. So if he can seal it up without having to worry about Arizona, obviously, that would work. But something that I have been keeping my eye on, something I said during pre-polls, was to keep an eye out in New Hampshire. And even though Fox News has called New Hampshire got significantly closer in the polls as of recently. Now, it's only 4 electoral votes, but if he could somehow win New Hampshire, that would take away the need for him to win someplace like Wisconsin, because then he would be able to wrap up the kind of middle ground points that he missed with some of the smaller districts in Nebraska and Maine. So I want to know, with it only being about 30,000 votes apart, what are you thinking? Do you think we could see New Hampshire flip, like I suggested it was possible earlier on today?
Well, I do not think it is possible, but I do have to say this is an embarrassing performance for the Democrats. The polls have been significantly changed since 2020, and that goes for just about every state as well. But also, if Donald Trump were to somehow flip New Hampshire, keep Georgia, and get Pennsylvania, he would be one electoral vote short at 269. And Alaska will push him over that edge when polls close in Alaska in 14 minutes.
All right. So yeah, there you have it. The path to victory. If he can somehow flip New Hampshire, the path to victory for former President Trump: Alaska, Georgia, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire. And if not, Alaska, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We got more votes that came in Pennsylvania, more of the same. He still has a nearly 300,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. I believe we can probably comfortably call Pennsylvania, as it just came in 90%. Now it's a 200,000 vote advantage at 90%. We could probably comfortably call Pennsylvania pretty quickly, as Georgia has just been called by the Associated Press, which means that we are going to officially say that it is over in Georgia. President Trump has taken Georgia. Pretty big to take Georgia and North Carolina so early. I don't know. What are your thoughts? I mean, he's just got a couple states left, and they might be called soon.
I think that the Harris campaign is in shambles currently. There is going to be talk for a long time about the Democratic Party's poor performance over the past 4 years, and that will go for 20. That's kind of how 2016 has been as well. The polls and everything showed it to be a very close race, and it was a landslide. And this is turning out to be the same.
So they have counted every single county, and it has come down to the Associated Press to release that those counties are plenty over. First technically flip state of the night for president. That is something that we haven't seen in a while. He gains a gap in Arizona. He gains gap in Michigan. Pennsylvania, he's still up big, +3. Wisconsin, +4. And we still haven't seen anything in Nevada, but it is tracking like those states will not matter tonight. Yeah, abysmal performance from the Democrats. Almost, think that they need to go back to the strategies that they had in 2020 to bring it so close to come down to those final few votes in those swing states. I mean, you have to think that they're obviously dragging their feet right now. Just looking at the polls, when Alaska closed, he will be at 249. Alaska closes in 10 minutes now. 249. He wins Pennsylvania, which he's still pretty up in Pennsylvania at the moment. That's 19 electoral votes. 59. Yeah,
leaving him too shy.
Yep, too shy. Then he wins District 2 in Maine and District 1 in Nebraska, then it's over.
I believe District 2 in Maine has been accounted for.
Let's see. According to my chart, District 2 has not been accounted for by the Associated Press yet.
Okay.
I don't know. Are you at 246?
I'm at 230.
230? Okay. So the
Guatemala hasn't called Georgia, so that will give 246
yeah,
electoral votes for Donald Trump.
yeah. So if he wins District 1 in Nebraska and District 2 in Maine, then that's the two he needs plus Pennsylvania. Otherwise, he's going to need to win one of 4 states to become the president of the United States. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Arizona, or Nevada, but Nevada hasn't counted yet. I mean, wow. Honestly, kind of shocked. I believe that I believe that I didn't. Yeah, and I just confirmed that 248 right now. Fox News called the District 2 for Maine and District 1 for Nebraska. Current count is 248 for them, but I cannot say that we can call it yet. Maybe we can call District 2 Nebraska.
So with both of those in mind, the 248 and then the 22 from Alaska and Pennsylvania, assuming he wins Pennsylvania, it is not over by any means.
Yep.
That will put him at exactly 270.
Yep. If he does not win Pennsylvania, he wins Wisconsin. If he wins Wisconsin and Michigan, it will be over. Or Wisconsin and Arizona, or Wisconsin and, can't believe I'm saying this, Minnesota. It is only under, it is literally just like 50,000 votes away in Minnesota, 64% reporting. So it is not over in Minnesota. Some
of the significant votes still left in Minnesota are from the larger cities, which obviously tend to lean blue. Minnesota is, barring a colossal collapse from the Democratic Party, safe for now.
Yes. I will agree. I will agree with that. So the Associated Press have not called it yet, but I'm just looking at my I'm just looking at everything right now. I'm going to go on ahead and call Nebraska District 1 for President Trump. Because just looking at my data, he absolutely has a significant lead. So D1 in NE. So
Pennsylvania officially at 90% reporting now. Donald Trump's gap has expanded to almost 4 points.
4 points. He has almost 300,000 votes. He's couple 50,000, a couple 10,000, 20,000 away from the 300,000 point mark. I believe we can call Pennsylvania at probably the 94% mark. I'm just looking here. It just says 92 at the moment.
Pennsylvania is a state I will keep my eyes on. They said that they have received a large batch of ballots. This is the last batch from Philadelphia, which, as we all know, heavy blue lean. So this will be one to keep an eye on. It is not over yet.
This is interesting to see. I believe I actually have received the. So when was that announced that they did receive those ballots?
I believe I heard this within the past half hour.
Okay, so I did receive. So Trump was up around 400,000 about close to an hour ago. The gap lessened to around 100,000. It is now back up to 200, almost 300,000. I'm assuming that the ballot dump that they found from Philadelphia, the last one, because I mean I'm looking at Philadelphia. There's just a massive blue circle there. I'm assuming that the ballots that they received from Philadelphia probably already came in on the AP report here that I'm getting. But if not, then I will be receiving that very quickly. Wisconsin gained another percent. It is extended out another 100,000%, or 100,000 votes over Vice President Harris in Wisconsin. Again, Alaska's polls close in 5 minutes. So Arizona, their reported margin 0.69. Arizona was closer than I thought, and honestly, Michigan and Pennsylvania are farther than I thought. How do you explain this from your own perspective?
Well, the the vote turnout has been higher than ever, and the demographics that she was relying on have not turned out, and it's the white male vote, which would be for Donald Trump, is more likely to show up on election day. So those are the votes that are probably getting counted now.
Mm-hmm.
And that is probably the explanation for the gaps that are being pulled now, because those would be the last votes counted. I may have misunderstood your question.
I think you answered it pretty solid. Just looking here, complete unofficial results are not expected until the morning for Wisconsin, but if he continues his current streak, the absentee ballots counted at the central facility probably will not be enough, leaning towards Vice President Harris for it to extend. Counting is expected in Pennsylvania to extend beyond election night, but we are at 92% thus far, and it is expanding very quickly. It says because election workers are not allowed to start processing mail ballots until election day, but we do know that President Trump was asking all of his supporters to early vote or flood every vote that you can, and I believe mail-in was also up on that list. Nevada has
started counting.
Yes, they're at 3%. It was kind of weird for me to see because it said toss up, and then I saw Trump plus 45, which I thought was very, very weird to see. I haven't seen that since Ronald Reagan, and I wasn't even on this earth. So, very big red states. I'm actually going to pull it up on the monitor up here. The red states that I'm not the red states, but the red areas in Nevada that I'm currently seeing. There is a mass amount in Douglas County, Carson City, Lyon County. There is a lot of red votes over there, primarily in Douglas County, but it is overtaking into the areas. Douglas County has pretty much been one of the major cities or counties that have been opened thus far for votes. He's also leading in Elko, 11,000 to 2. Those two places have a lot of red. And in 2020, they were pretty decently kind of blue areas. Obviously, Douglas is out near Reno. Reno and Washoe has been, historically pretty blue, but a lot of votes have just come in Washoe County, and they're currently leaning towards Trump at the moment, which is kind of surprising in Reno. We just had a lot of votes just come in at once. We're up to 16% already in Nevada. That was a massive jump out of absolutely nowhere. But President Trump currently leading 56 to 42 at the moment in votes in Nevada. Obviously, once again, going to bring up the fact that he told his supporters to vote early and flood early. So we're maybe seeing the votes that we would get from him early on, but it's moving quick. If you're seeing what I'm seeing at the moment.
Well, Well, in 2020, there were only 2 counties in the state of Nevada that voted for Joe Biden, those being Clark County, where Las Vegas is located, and Washoe County with Reno.
Reno, yeah.
And both of those counties have not gotten, it appears, any votes.
Okay. I'm actually looking.
And
Washoe's
that,
got 82,000 right now, but they're tied.
yes, correct. I'm sorry, I do see that. But Clark County, which is where
Yeah,
the vast majority of the votes will be, will be
yeah.
a very important county.
Clark has no votes yet. That, like he
I
said,
must say,
carry on.
Nevada has reported a lot of results very quickly. It is already a fifth of the way to 100%. Why can't the other states do this?
Yeah. Something I will mention, though, we did get a dump of votes in Pennsylvania, but they were all leaning towards President Trump. He has now extended his lead out close to 300,000. So we will not be calling Pennsylvania until the Associated Press since it is over. And just as High had predicted, the Associated Press has now announced that District 1 in Nebraska is President Trump's. So we're going to wait to see what District 2 does, but at the moment, if he gains District 2, then Pennsylvania will be the winning state when we reach the point where we can call it.
And it is 2 past the hour here on the East Coast, and we can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Alaska 3 electoral votes that he was definitely counting on. This was not even ever in question.
Yeah, Alaska always leaned red. A very solid red state, kind of similar to California, just does not have the population that California does to bring in the solid red votes. So we're going to go on ahead and change that projection to Alaska, as Noah mentioned here. We're going to we're going to go on ahead and concede Alaska here on our side. The analytics team has really been looking into it. I got a text actually as well from one of our other members mentioning Alaska's polls closed, and we all knew that it was over by then. So projected at the moment 250 for Trump. He gets Maine, District 2, which Fox has already projected. The AP just hasn't yet. He gets that, and he gets Pennsylvania, who just got another percent. Once again, more votes for President Trump. Once that happens, we will see likely the end of this election. Obviously, Wisconsin might end up being the next one that we see. They still have yet to count Douglas County. Wisconsin, though, Minnesota got really close. This is wild to me. Minnesota is now within 50,000 votes at 65%. That is closer than I believe I've ever seen Minnesota. Wisconsin, still too early to call, but he has over 100,000 votes over Vice President Harris at the moment. Gonna do a quick peek. Nevada already up to 68%, and somehow
I see 75, and Donald Trump is still leading heavily.
Yeah, he
in
has
the state of Nevada.
Over 100,000 over Vice President Harris in Nevada at the moment.
And those 6 electoral votes, if he gets them, will put him over the edge to get within I believe a Wisconsin or not a Wisconsin, a Michigan or a Pennsylvania.
Yep. If he does take District 2 of Maine, then we don't have to worry at all over if he's going to win tonight. Worry was not the word that I intended that made me sound like I was concerned. Obviously, every American is concerned, but I meant we do not really have to continue on till tomorrow to see who wins if he gets District 2 and Pennsylvania, because he will be
And
literally at 270.
I would like to mention that Donald Trump's odds are now up to 98.6% chance of victory tonight here over Vice President Harris.
Yes, so the quite impressive, actually. Vice President Harris, if she loses 6 electoral votes, she is not reaching 270. According to the chart I'm seeing, so Trump could go from 262, or Trump could range from 262 to 322, and Harris could range from 216 to 275. Don't know why it says 262 yet, unless he managed to win a state that I'm not aware of so far, but I'm not seeing anything. Everything looks the same. But yeah, Nevada has been on an absolute roll getting votes out right now. Probably quicker than I have seen all night, as compared to any of the other states. Kind of interesting. We're going to have to keep watch over this. But yeah, the Democrats have to be fiending right now and just laying back thinking, what could we have done differently? Because losing focus on winning North Carolina, losing Georgia, maybe losing Wisconsin, heck, throw Minnesota in there. I mean, that's not just a loss, that's a defeating loss. I don't. What do you think there?
I think that is a redundant statement, but yes, I think that the Democratic Party, especially if a Republican victory, will lead to prosperity in this country over the next few years. If that happens, if the Trump administration succeeds over the next 4 years, they will be in big trouble for 2028.
Yes. So I believe the word that I was looking for was a demoralizing loss. Humiliating, demoralizing. I just have word salad sometimes. So Nevada is now 75% in, Trump 50.9% over Kamala Harris at 47.5%. Still too soon to call. Pretty close. Meanwhile, Wisconsin's coming really close to being able to call. Still over 100,000 votes in favor of former President Trump. Pennsylvania, now still over 200,000 in favor of President Trump at 93, almost 94%. I mean, the ballots that they received obviously didn't all go towards Kamala Harris. She gained a little bit of ground, but was it really a gain in ground, or was it just an evening out of a loss that they had already? Associated Press has still yet to call Alaska, but I believe we all know the outcome for Alaska. Fox News has called Alaska. We have called Alaska. I'm not going to wait on Associated Press to call it.
And as we know, we are as professional as those people, so
obviously
when we call something, we mean business.
Yes. I do at least try to do my research and take my estimates seriously, but sometimes we can be wrong.
One thing I'm noticing that has been a shock is the amount of counties in Pennsylvania that Donald Trump has flipped over 2020. I'm seeing at least 2 to 3 big counties, including Erie, Pennsylvania, which is a rather large city.
Let's go ahead.
That county has voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, let's go ahead and show that actually on our chart here that we have on stream. Erie County flips right here. If we press this button right here, you see the arrow points towards the red. That means that it goes more towards Republican. I don't know if anyone can see here, but majority of the flips have gone to Republican. I can only see a few tiny little arrows that went towards Kamala Harris, but I'm seeing even Delaware County, which is Philadelphia, even Delaware County managed to flip more red, and that is awful for the Democrats. That is something that I don't even think they probably expected to see, even if they had a close battle going on. Of course, it is obviously still close. This is the election. But if they had an actual, like, really close fight going on at the moment where it was 230 to 230 instead of almost 250 to above 250 to 210, and Trump one state away, then they never would have seen this coming. I mean, like, to your point, every county I'm looking at here has shifted towards red more than,
and this trickles down to the Senate and the House, that the GOP has taken control of the majority of the Senate, and they are projected to take the majority of the House as well.
Yep. So this will be the red. If all succeeds for the Republicans, this will be the red wave that they teased in 2022 that we never saw. I think it's interesting, the foreshadowing that we see in government all the time, where they say something, it doesn't happen, we think it's not going to happen, and then it ends up happening, but 4 years later. Or 2 years later. I think that's what makes politics so entertaining, is that it's very easy to assume something's going to happen, and then it won't, but it will eventually. So they just started counting in Douglas County, in Wisconsin, 87%. Obviously, Douglas County is not a very populated county up north Wisconsin. Actually, I believe it is pretty populated. I don't know what. Is it populated too much, Noah?
I believe the population is around 50,000, so not horribly populated, but
Yep.
it's not inconsequential.
That will not win the Democrats' Wisconsin. So,
but let me just see here. Douglas County, Wisconsin, did vote for Joe Biden by 9 points in the 2020 election.
well, this is interesting.
So a flip would be very, very large for Donald Trump.
A flip in Douglas County will be consequential for Kamala Harris. Obviously.
And now, I'm sorry. No, and it is official. Two things. Official that Republicans now have the United States Senate, but also this is huge. It has not been called by any major news sources, but a source I trust closely. A bit of a smaller community here on YouTube and Discord has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
Called Pennsylvania. That is pretty big. Once again, just for those out there, we will not be calling on this Pennsylvania until the Associated Press officially calls Pennsylvania. But if Pennsylvania is over, Maine District 2 has been projected to go to him, then Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States of America. That is if Maine District 2 goes to Trump like it has been projected, and Pennsylvania is actually called to President Trump. But I'm looking at the ballots here. The incoming ballots, really not that crazy for Kamala Harris. She gained maybe 50,000 on him. Minnesota's Minnesota has extended out. It is now 70,000 for Kamala compared to Trump, but still a lot closer than I would have expected. New Hampshire is surprisingly really close. It is only 30, barely 30,000 votes. Almost 20,000.
Yeah.
That is...
Nevada is still a lean Trump, but I have to go. I will be back soon, and thank you for having me on.
All right, well, we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you very much, Noah Hamilton, and we'll see you maybe at the end of this election. So I'm looking now at Nevada, which I will be pulling up here for everyone to see so that they can see what I'm kind of looking at here. So Reno, obviously not really something you would expect to be red at the moment. It is quite literally neck and neck in Reno, but they're neck and neck for longer than they were in 2020. The shift thus far is more Republican in Pershing and Chirpil. We're not seeing reports from Reno just yet, obviously because Reno hasn't received all the votes. Las Vegas, we predicted, was going to be highly red or highly blue, but it is really close. It is considerably close in Las Vegas thus far, with 71% of the votes in Clark County. Still haven't seen a lot in Nye County. Lincoln County's coming up pretty quickly. White Pine County, almost over. Elko is going very widely Republican. Same with Humboldt. 65% in Washoe, and somehow they are still neck and neck. That is beyond me. Impressive if it does manage to go. Pershing, very small, but did get 77% of the vote. Churchill coming up. New Hampshire has just been declared by the Associated Press for Kamala Harris, so we have been keeping an eye on New Hampshire, but apparently they did receive some votes in New Hampshire that raised that kind of made it impossible at 88%. Obviously, population in New Hampshire, not that much. So New Hampshire officially goes to Kamala Harris, but we are apparently on the eve of seeing Pennsylvania go to Donald Trump, possibly and probably making him the 47th president of the United States. The House currently racking up for the Republicans 185, continued to 183, not 185, but 183 counties, or 183 House representatives for the Republicans and 155 for the Democrats. Once again, I will not be calling Pennsylvania until the Associated Press has called Pennsylvania, and I will also not be calling Maine until the Associated Press has called Maine, simply because those two states are the second district of Maine and Pennsylvania together are easily the way that this election ends, and I do not want to prematurely end it if it does go a certain way. Something I will call early is Wisconsin. I will be willing to call that early. Not looking to call it just yet. He still has only 200, little less than 200,000 votes over Kamala Harris in Wisconsin at 87% complete, and we still haven't seen a widely Democratic Douglas County finish their votes yet. He is ahead in Douglas County, though, barely. Nevada, obviously Nevada reporting in pretty strong for Trump, as well as we mentioned before. Once again, we're not going to hear anything for a while from the Associated Press. The second we hear something, we will be. And okay, so we're just getting news. So Fox News has reported Pennsylvania is going to President Trump. Associated Press has not responded yet. So
sorry to cut you off, Trevor, but a major projection again. Fox News has now called Pennsylvania.
Yes.
I know we were waiting for AP, but as well, Election Time on YouTube, who has a very good reputation, has also called Wisconsin. We will wait for Associated Press, but as it stands, it appears very likely that the former president will take back the White House.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Noah, for informing us of that. That is obviously the biggest news of the night, to hear that Pennsylvania has been called by Fox News, who has more connections to the Associated Press than any of us, probably. Currently, I don't believe they have called. So I believe I did my math correctly, but I got to double check here. So 247.
Fox News now has Donald Trump at 267.
267 with Maine. Yeah. Did they call Alaska yet, Noah?
They have not called Alaska yet, and that is what we are waiting for.
So
which is very, very, very likely.
Red, yeah. That has not gone blue since, I believe, like, Al Gore. Yeah, he needs 3 to get to 270, and that 3 is Alaska. According to Fox News. AP still yet to call it. I have called Alaska. That was maybe premature, but it has not gone red. It has not gone blue in a long time. He's leading 57%. I don't know why we're not calling for Trump in Alaska. But yeah, as Noah said, I'm going to go on ahead and call District 2. So I'm looking here. Maine brought up 60%. I don't see a reason not to call District 2 myself. Fox projects that Trump is the winner. There's literally no path to victory for Harris. He's winning big in Wisconsin. He's winning big in Michigan. He's winning big in Arizona. And he's currently winning big in Nevada. There's basically apparently no path for Kamala Harris, according to Fox News at the moment. So we're going to stick with Alaska called, but we're going to wait on Pennsylvania for we're going to wait on Pennsylvania for AP, but I'm going to go on ahead and call Maine District 2.
So the Democratic Party has a lot to debrief on from this race.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to head out now that it's pretty much official. Donald Trump is expected to speak soon in Palm Beach, Florida.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Noah. And
have yourself a good night, and congratulations to Donald John Trump.
Yep. So, like he mentioned, Trump is thought to speak soon. We're gonna bring in a second opinion. I'm someone real here. Hello, Spencer Morris. How are you doing today? Oh, I think we lost him. Can you hear me, Spencer Morris?
I got you, buddy.
All right. Well, so Fox News has called Pennsylvania. Fox News has called every state except for Alaska, which we obviously know that Alaska is going to go to Trump. I want to
Yes,
get your
sir.
opinions here on what exactly you're thinking. Your thinking process is going into this.
Okay, at the start, I'm not gonna lie. I was incredibly scared for Pennsylvania, knowing the initial lead that Vice President Harris had. But man, that turnaround later in the day absolutely gave me the most hope. What I am most shocked about, and I'm gonna make this absolutely clear to everybody, what I am most shocked about is how we nearly took Detroit and that county.
Yes.
Now, as of right now, AP is reporting that it's blue, but for the longest time, I was watching that county stay red consistently. And that's what shocked me the most was him winning Detroit because I honestly, as pure Americana as Detroit is, I did not see him winning it, which he's not now, but for a very long time he was, and that's what shocked me the most.
I mean, let's be honest. Kamala Harris lost an extreme amount of ground in basically every county um in every single swing state possible.
Oh,
Um
absolutely.
so as a Democrat, are you looking back at this and thinking, man, what could we have done better? Or are you thinking of this as what did we do wrong? Or well, okay, so that's the same thing. I'm gonna rephrase it because there's something in my mind that I'm seeing right now.
I think
So
I think I get what you're trying to ask here.
yeah,
Honestly, I don't think Democrats should look at this as what we did wrong. I think they should look at it as just a complete refresh as to who should be in charge of that party. Because what the Biden Harris administration did over the last 4 years is inexcusable in every right, like the border, the economy, everything that has gone wrong under this administration is inexcusable. What I think the Democratic Party as a populist should be doing right now is not looking back. They should be looking forward and try to improve their party as best they can, because right now it is not working.
absolutely. Uh, and that obviously leads to another thought. So back 4 years ago, I don't exactly understand what was more appealing for voters, for them to vote for Joe Biden as opposed to Kamala Harris. They have the same wishes, they have the same things that they want to do. It's just Kamala Harris has promises that she's going to distance herself from Joe Biden and actually get things done because obviously the economy has not been the greatest for the last 4 years. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, we can all agree that we're having to pay a lot more, no matter it being Joe Biden's fault or it being the fault of the many troubles that we've run into with like COVID and diseases. But obviously, what really pushed people away from Kamala Harris, in your opinion?
Honestly, to me, and this is a personal view that I have just watching everything that happened over the last few months and over the last year. I really do believe that the Democratic Party turning against Joe Biden so viciously and so suddenly was what pushed a lot of Democratic voters away from the Harris administration. I believe that them turning tail and literally giving him the boot, and then on top of that, going in and what's the word I'm trying to think of? Not implementing, but just uh, where they just basically placed Kamala in his place without any vote, without anything. They just implemented her as the new candidate without really any say whatsoever. I think that really kind of shook a lot of Democrats through their values of basic democracy. Like that's ignoring basic democracy at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. That leads to the other thing as well. So, this is something that I've been avoiding all night on this. Democrats very obviously mentioned numerous times over and over that President Trump is a felon, apparently, and that he's going to be Hitler, and excuse my language, I forgot that YouTube does not like it when we say stuff like that, but that he was going to be a communist dictator and cause a bunch of issues and rule the government like he was some sort of a king. So
See, that's excuse me for interrupting, but that's another thing that I think the Democratic Party failed on. They tried the exact same tactics that they tried in the 2020 elections. And while it did go well in the 2020 elections, it they dropped the ball dramatically for this election with the campaign that they tried to set up using the exact same tactics that they used from the last one. Because people realized that there's no unless you can essentially cut off all other choices by demoralizing the other side the way they have been doing. It's ridiculous.
yeah, so some other interesting points that I do want to bring up as well is that Democrats weren't expecting this. Michigan is currently an absolute landslide. 70% reported. He has over 300,000 votes on Kamala Harris right now.
From me, at 64%, I'm seeing just over 250,000 right now, unless you're getting more recent updates than I am.
Yeah, AP has been. So I'm getting this directly from AP. AP has been saying that it's been relatively.
Yeah, I'm on the AP. Well, I'm just on the Google. I'm just on Google refreshing, and they're using AP. So
Okay.
I think Google might be just a smidgen behind.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at Pennsylvania, and he is now. It looks like still about 250,000 votes ahead. So
yeah.
I honestly don't think unless we have another 2020 mishap or quote unquote miscount, whatever happened, I'm not going to get into it. But unless we have another one of those, I do not see Vice President Harris winning the White House.
Well, so I don't know if you had heard, but not AP, but Fox News and a couple of pretty solid political YouTubers both called Pennsylvania's. We just got another percent in. Yeah, I mean, he just extended it out even further.
I did see that Fox News called it, and for them to call it is huge.
Yeah,
because
they have more connections than any of us do to AP. So basically the way it is with them calling Maine District 2, they just need to call Alaska. I already called Alaska. I called Maine District 2 just a couple minutes ago. And I also called Nebraska District 1 a little while ago, which came true about 20 minutes after I called it. I'm avoiding calling Pennsylvania until AP does because I've already called the other three states the other three votes that he needed.
You called Wisconsin already, right?
I did not call Wisconsin yet. Wisconsin is still too close to call. Even though it's like almost 200,000, it's still too close to call. I would say at 88%.
Yeah, they're only at 80. Yeah. I'd say wait on Wisconsin.
I would be more.
How's Nevada doing? Oh wow.
Nevada, he has.
He's actually
over.
It's closer than I thought it was going to be in Nevada. That's crazy.
Yeah, and most of those votes are obviously coming from
Arizona. He's only up 20,000. Wow.
Yeah, Arizona's getting most of their blue votes from Phoenix and Tucson area, which is Pima County and Maricopa County. Maricopa obviously saying that they're not going to finish counting for a good while.
Yeah, because they have one representative counting how many votes? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Take after Florida. Florida got their votes counted in an hour.
Yep.
An hour. How can we not have this for the rest of the country? How is the rest of the country this far behind?
And Nevada got up to 70% within 20 minutes. So,
that's because Nevada waited until they had like 95% of their votes ready to count.
Which I believe probably.
Honestly, I think that's pretty smart for.
Yes.
I think that's pretty smart for Nevada to do, because they don't have to. They had to wait to start getting the numbers out, but once they started getting the numbers out, it was a very, very quick process.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably gonna hear something from AP around when he hits 95%. He's at 94 with still over about 250 votes, 250,000. He is roughly 250,000 ahead in Michigan as well, breaching into the 70% mark. Wisconsin, he is also around 200, a little bit under 200,000 votes ahead of Kamala Harris. Minnesota, Kamala Harris is only a little bit under 100,000.
100,000. Yeah, that's incredibly close too.
And
that's
so
another thing that shocked me was Minnesota.
Yes, that brings up another point. New Hampshire and Minnesota were remarkably closer than I believe anybody could have expected. Even if he doesn't end up winning Minnesota, he still is close and was close for a good period of time.
At the start, when he was almost 100 points up, I knew it was going to close very quickly once the West Coast closed out and Vice President Harris got majority of those blue states in. But I did not think that it was gonna. Two things. I didn't think it was gonna be as close as it is, like state by state. And I also didn't think that we would be this close to a decision already. I thought this would be a multiple day debacle that we had to sit through and wait and bite our nails day to day checking the polls. I didn't think we would have results this quick.
Absolutely. If we do not get results for Alaska tonight, which I'm expecting we will, we usually do. That's a pretty quick state to get results from.
Not like there's that many people there.
Yeah, he wins Pennsylvania, he wins Michigan, it's over. He wins Pennsylvania, he wins Wisconsin, it's over. He wins Pennsylvania, he wins Arizona, it's over. He wins Pennsylvania, he wins Nevada, it's over. We've already projected he wins Pennsylvania, and I cannot imagine Alaska going blue in a million years, honestly. I can never really see that happening. This has just been pretty much a fumble on behalf of the Democrats in this election. And what do they need to do better? You know, we've already talked about that, being that they need to reevaluate who's going to be running the Democratic Party, who's going to be leading the show. But I did not expect this election to be... I expected it to be a lot closer than it really is. The way that people had been talking and the opinions that have been shared over time from people. But Michigan,
I actually thought it was going to go the opposite. I didn't think it was going to be this close.
Yeah.
Like I knew it was going to be close. I just didn't think it was going to be this close and be decided this quickly.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, it's not super close, all things considered. If he takes Wisconsin... Go on.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Relatively speaking, it's close, but when you get into the math and you actually like dig deep, it's not that close. I mean, he's up 4 million votes in the popular vote. Mm-hmm. So
I think it is very interesting as well that former President Trump actually got, thus far, of the votes in California, 3,000 votes. Or 3,000, no, 3 million votes. My apologies. 3 million votes.
Oh, wow. He
Even,
was behind by an entire he was behind. No, he's still behind by 1 million. Okay, yeah.
yeah, he is still behind by
Never
a
mind.
million. That's kind of a given in,
Yeah, because you have, excuse my bias, but you have cesspools like San Francisco and Los Angeles with millions of Democrats there.
so I believe that some people around the area, my area, are already celebrating the end of the election, as I just heard a firework go off. Again, we still haven't received anything. We've called Alaska. We've called the 2 districts that were up for grabs, Nebraska and Maine, but we still haven't heard anything about Pennsylvania. If Alaska gets called, it's all over. That he literally hit 270, and Wisconsin and Michigan, where he is currently dominating, will not matter at all. Nevada just gained 1%, and he just took about a 40,000 vote lead in Nevada. When I'm going to say that probably we're going to end up calling Minnesota, or AP is going to probably end up calling Minnesota before they call Pennsylvania, and I would probably agree. Because obviously we want to make sure that all the votes are counted and we can officially say that Trump is going to win. But
what I find funny is Minnesota is only sitting at 76%, while Pennsylvania is sitting at 93%.
Mm-hmm. I believe Pennsylvania. I believe that AP is probably going to end up calling Pennsylvania soon. Every county, from what I'm looking at, every county has been checked thus far. One that has not had that many votes yet is Cambria County. I don't think that has a lot of people, but Erie County went to Donald Trump with 95% votes in. That is huge. That is like unexpected, unexplainably huge that Erie County, which went primarily blue last election cycle, went red for Trump with more than 95% of votes in. And most of these counties did go to Trump. And if it didn't, it was close. Lackawanna County, it was only about 3,000 votes between Harris and Trump. Allentown, that was about 6,000 votes between Trump and Harris. Dauphin County, again, that was only about 8,000 votes. And of course, you get into the more populated Philadelphia area. That's where we get most of the Democratic votes. Like Philadelphia County, there's obviously 500,000 more votes there, but that's where most of the time was gained. And if Philadelphia County was not so Democratic, this would have been basically a clean sweep in Philadelphia for President Trump. Kind of crazy that it went that way in Erie County and counties like Erie County.
One state that I was initially surprised about, but after some consideration, I'm really not surprised anymore, was North Carolina. I initially thought that Vice President Harris would have a better chance there, but knowing what happened with Hurricane Helene and everything that went on with that, I'm shocked that it was as close as it was, sitting at a difference of only 200,000 votes.
Mm-hmm. 200,000 votes with more than 95% in. Georgia also around 100,000 votes with 100% almost in, above 95%. Obviously, they're not going to say 100% because there are some votes that are missed occasionally. Still too early to call Maine. It is worth 2 electoral votes plus the redistricts, or not the redistricts, the districts as well. Maine very likely to go Democrat, obviously, but we call Maine District 2. That goes to Trump. Then that's that one extra point.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure
You kind of cut out there. I can't hear you now. So 88% Wisconsin is now still around about 100,000 votes. Kind of interesting to see that. Michigan 200,000. I cannot hear you, Spencer. So EP did not call anything. I still cannot hear you. EP has not called. Oh, are you
radio
back?
check.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and sorry about that. My internet. You know my internet
Yeah.
situation.
So EP has not yet called any of the upcoming races. Uh, 276. EP is projecting 276 to 233 are the max amount of points that Trump could get. And for Harris, it's 216 to 262 that they are projecting.
Fox just gave the race to Trump.
Fox just called it.
Fox just called the race to Trump.
All right, well, there you have it. Obviously, once again, Fox, they have a lot more connections with EP than we do, obviously. But once again, EP has yet to call Pennsylvania. The minute that they call Pennsylvania, Maine District 2, and Alaska, we will know that Trump is the president. But yeah, Fox News has projected, as you said, that Trump will be the 47th president, becoming only the second president to earn a second term after losing a second term directly after his first term. Grover Cleveland was the first and only previous president to do so.
Still sitting at just shy of 200,000 in Pennsylvania, with 94% reported.
Okay. Probably could be called. Once again, as we mentioned, though. Go on.
If they don't call it in the next 10 minutes, something's going on. There's no shot they can't call it.
Also, according to Fox, they just gave him Wisconsin as well. 277 Trump at the moment.
277, 230, or 220.
You have disappeared.
Yeah, 277, 226.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yep. I have you.
All right, yeah. Okay, yeah, 277, 226 Trump is Fox's current prediction.
Including, so that they obviously gave her Minnesota.
Yeah.
I don't know what the other 2 points. Oh, Maine. Okay. So, yeah, I mean that seems accurate, not including Michigan and Arizona and Nevada. But just Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, then that seems...
That's it for us.
That seems right. That seems like it's over. Still going to hang out here until AP officially announces it. There's actually a note that says, while it may be several hours until the race can be called, the estimates say that Trump is likely to win. Harris almost certainly needs to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. And Trump is clearly... And this was like over a half an hour ago. But Trump is clearly well above that range. And his estimated max is 306. And they estimate that she will be 232. The likeliness of Trump winning on AP is a 95%. Polymarket probably went up to like 99.9%. But, you know, we will see. We'll see how it finishes. There's still a little bit of time remaining before AP officially calls some of these states. 80% in for Harris. She almost has 100,000, and now officially, AP has announced Trump has won the 2nd congressional district in Maine, which again we projected before, like almost an hour ago. We projected that District 2 of Maine was going to go to Trump. Trump is winning the popular vote by about 5 million votes at the moment over Kamala Harris. A little bit under 5 million. I mean, not really sure what to say at this point. I mean, absolutely brilliant job from the former president. He did great with his marketing. He did great with his campaigning. And he did great picking good people. He nailed it. He did great picking. He nailed
every city. Yeah, he nailed every city he needed to.
Yes. He focused on North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Nevada and Wisconsin, the state, and Arizona, the states that he really wanted to landslide this year. And thus far, it's looking very, very likely that he's going to landslide Pennsylvania. Looking super likely he's going to landslide Wisconsin. Really, really super likely he's going to landslide Michigan. He's doing good in Nevada. He's doing good in Arizona. And along the way, to help his popular vote, he goes into New York and he probably gains a good couple 100,000. So I will say, from an unbiased, or as unbiased as I could possibly be, standpoint here, he did a really incredible job with campaigning. And it just, everything seemed almost as if the Democrats really weren't giving it every effort. Almost as if they just kind of gave up. If you kind of understand what I'm saying.
I don't necessarily think they gave up. I think it was more a lack of turnout.
Mm-hmm.
Because the entire Democratic Party thought they were going to win by a landslide, and it's just not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
AP, you know you want to call Pennsylvania. Do you know if the House is official or not?
House is not official. Senate is official. House is not official.
Okay. Gotcha. It's funny, on mobile, instead of the map, they just have the states as squares. So I'm just looking at a periodic table of states.
That's funny. Once again, AP is yet to call, but we did see 2 full percents go into Michigan, only extending his lead out once again to 300,000, almost 300,000 votes for Trump, as opposed to Vice President Kamala Harris. So, obviously, Fox says it's over. Most of the people say it's over. AP even admitted that it is on the brink of being over. And we're going to stick with you all the way through it. We just need to wait to see for when they call Alaska and Pennsylvania. Apparently, Pennsylvania has only about 56,000 ballots left to count, which is not enough of a gap to bridge if they all were Kamala Harris. That is per CNN. Henceforth, the reason why Fox News has called Pennsylvania. But once again, we are going to wait until AP calls Pennsylvania. Because we don't want to jump to any conclusions. That may end up calling the presidential race prematurely. I don't believe it would be premature. Fox News has already called the race, and it is very likely that the race is going to be called anyway. Wisconsin and Minnesota is probably going to be the next two. Excuse me. Going to likely be the next to be officially called. Trump's still leading in Nevada thus far. Arizona, Trump is also in the lead, but not by much. It is kind of a tight margin in Arizona. So he wins Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Wow, it's only 19,000 in Arizona. That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, CNN electorate map has not accounted for, I guess, the two, the Maine and Nebraska districts that Trump won. So,
I'll be right back.
Right. So we may take a short break here in a few minutes, just so that I can stretch my legs and get back into it if we're going to be here for a little longer. Pennsylvania, once again, still a surprise. It has yet to have been called by AP. As for the Senate, basically it is over, and Republicans have taken the Senate back for the first time in a pretty good amount of time. Wisconsin is reporting another percent. Same with Michigan. We're going to check Wisconsin. CNN has yet to call the race. They haven't given Harris some of her points either. She's still at 187 apparently. But we all know pretty good and well that most of these are updated straight from AP. Same results in Wisconsin. Nothing really changed. As well as Minnesota. In that update that we just had. Overall, nothing has changed that much. Alaska really has not counted too much. It seems only 28% of the votes are in, and Alaska is just pretty much a single state, so that pretty much is...
I have a question.
Yes.
What dictates Maine getting Trump's electoral votes if Vice President Harris is up 50,000?
So they have different districts that give certain amounts of electoral votes. Same with Nebraska. So Maine has 2 districts and Nebraska has 3.
Gotcha.
That's how they separate them. And so Nebraska had 1 district that went blue, and Maine had 1 district that went blue. And if Harris wins the state, then she gets like 2 electoral votes. Overall, the state is worth 4. Nebraska is worth 2, but overall it's worth 5. Once again, still waiting on Pennsylvania, but we have got updates in Michigan. Vice President Harris did gain around a couple 100,000, probably not a couple 100,000, but around 100,000 votes on former President Trump going into this. Into the next percentage counting. They're 74% in. That's 2,173,000 to 1,905,000.
Do we have any updates on either candidate addressing their rallies? Like, have they been seen at their rallies yet, or no?
President Trump is expected to make a statement very soon.
Okay.
I do not know about Vice President Harris. Wisconsin just reported 89% in. Still pretty close.
About 120,000.
Yeah.
For former President Trump.
It has been that way for the last several hours in Wisconsin. Same with Pennsylvania. Should not take too long for them to call Pennsylvania. I mean, there are not, according to CNN, there are not enough votes for Kamala Harris to catch up. There are not enough votes to be counted for her to catch up. So, not exactly sure what AP is waiting for. But we're going to wait along with them. Alaska's not moving.
The admin fell asleep.
The admin fell asleep, yes. It is 1:04 in the morning. Pretty solid. Pretty late. Popular vote still in favor of President Trump by actually more than 5 million votes. Not sure if if that many votes are possible to make up at this point for Vice President Harris. I would be surprised if she manages to take the popular vote. Nothing really
In what state?
happening. What's that?
In what state?
Any. Just the popular vote.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's currently 5,030,000 votes down.
Yes. Which I do not believe any state has enough population to get all 5 million back.
Looks like AP updated, but I don't see what they updated.
Probably the main district.
It might be that. I'm not 100% sure.
CNN reports Elon Musk, Robert Kennedy Jr., Vance, Tucker Carlson, Donald J. Trump Jr., all sitting with Trump tonight as we go.
And then I know Charlie is doing his live stream right now, so he's not with him.
And CNN just projected Pennsylvania, so it has to be happening soon. For it AP has to do it soon if CNN managed to agree that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. Trump is plus 18 in Alaska with 28% in. Trump is plus 1 point in Arizona, plus 7 points in Michigan, plus 5 in Nevada, and then plus 3 in Pennsylvania, and plus 4 in Wisconsin. Wisconsin is 89% recording. We're waiting on the final percent before we hit the 95% range to call Pennsylvania. But until then, Spencer Morris, I'm going to step away for a short period of time if you want to entertain everyone. And by entertain, I mean...
I will do my best.
And by entertain, I mean keep everyone posted on everything. And
Got you.
I will return shortly. Just going to step away for a few minutes.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Current votes in Pennsylvania keep Donald Trump at 200,000 above Vice President Harris. Still sitting at 95%, still waiting on that call from Associated Press. Minnesota looking like Vice President Harris might take that one, but again, we're only at 80% there, so still got a good amount of votes to call in for that. Nevada, former President Trump is up by what looks like 50,000, almost exactly 50,000 votes he's up by, so, and that's at 78%. So we might be taking Nevada here shortly. Arizona is only at 51%, but we have a 20,000 vote lead. I say we, sorry. Former President Trump has a 20,000 vote lead over Vice President Harris. And like I said, at 51% of votes counted. Still waiting on that call for Pennsylvania and Alaska. But once it happens, which I believe should be very, very shortly here, we should be seeing the election wrapping up very shortly with Donald Trump becoming the 47th president of the United States. But like I said, it's not over just yet. Still got a little bit more to go, still got a few more votes to count in, and we are going to be here until the end. Because I know I'm not sleeping until this thing's over. And I can probably say the same about Trevor. Oh, looks like it died. Hilarious. Testing. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that, folks. My internet decided to have a little bit of a kerfuffle on me. But as I was saying, the race is still right there. Still waiting on Pennsylvania to be called. We're sitting at 95% reported. And Trump is sitting at, once again, 200, just under 200,000 votes above, with less than, I believe, 50,000 to be able to report. We should be seeing Pennsylvania being called here very shortly. Just gonna go ahead and pull my AP page up here so that I can get direct updates. All right, let's go through it once again. Arizona, or no, I'm sorry, Alaska, sitting at 28,000 difference, 28,000 vote difference for former President Donald Trump. Nevada is sitting at a what's looking like 50,000 vote difference. Like I said, basically exactly 50,000 votes, splitting the difference, again, in favor of Donald Trump. Arizona has looks like just under 30,000 vote difference in favor of Donald Trump. Wisconsin has math is hard for me right now. I believe that is a 130,000? Yeah, 130,000 vote difference in favor of Donald Trump. Minnesota, or no, I'm sorry, not Minnesota. Michigan has a 200,000 vote difference in favor of Donald Trump. Minnesota has a 190,000 vote difference in favor of Vice President Harris. And as we're all waiting on that key state to be called, Pennsylvania, it's looking like a still 200,000 vote difference in favor of Donald Trump. So those are the only states that still have yet to be called. Getting into the twilight hours of what is now the 6th of November, the day after Election Day, looking for that key state of Pennsylvania to be called here soon. Once it is called, which it looks like it's going to be called for Donald Trump, Alaska should be sitting at, oh, nope, my internet died again. Go. Alaska is sitting at 51% or 55%. There we go. Sorry about that once again. My internet is pretty shoddy out here. I live in a very rural area and don't get the best service out here. So trying to work with what I got. Once again, we are still waiting on that key state of Pennsylvania to be called by Associated Press. Once they call it, we will call it as well. And with Pennsylvania and Alaska, I believe that does it for former President Trump. 19-3, that's 22. Yeah, that puts him at exactly 270. It is quite shocking to me that they still have yet to call Pennsylvania, even though with all the remaining votes, there's still not enough for Vice President Harris to make up enough ground in that state. So that's pretty shocking that they haven't called that vote yet, or at least called that state, knowing what we know with the remaining votes. District 2 is showing pretty promising stats. Hopefully we see some activity here from Pennsylvania in the next few minutes. One, because it is taking way too long, and two, simply because I want to go to bed. Let's see if it works now. There we go. Once again, I apologize for continuously cutting out here and there, but my internet is not the best. Still have 8 states to declare official. Once that happens, we should see the election close out here soon with a projection of Donald J. Trump becoming the 47th President of the United States. Once again, this is just a projection so far. We still are waiting on Pennsylvania. We're still waiting on Alaska. We're still waiting on Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Michigan. Uh, I'm sorry, no, we are still waiting on Michigan and the districts of Maine. Like I was saying earlier, with my surprise with North Carolina, sitting at only a difference of just under 200,000, with those populated areas of Charlotte and Raleigh, also Greensboro and Fayetteville, taking hold with blue, but the rest of the state bringing back red into it and solidifying North Carolina as a red state was a little bit shocking for me. Not surprised at all on the East Coast going blue. New York, New Jersey, uh, New Hampshire, Vermont, all those states, Connecticut, not surprising at all, those were blues. The West Coast is the West Coast. They were going to vote blue regardless. I mean, Associated Press gave Vice President Harris California and Washington before they even started counting the votes. That's how confident that they were that they were going to get the West Coast. Oregon was the only one that didn't immediately get the vote, which to me was shocking because I thought that she was going to sweep the West Coast undeniably. But the way that Associated Press reported it, it looked like that Oregon was actually going to have a little bit of uh, a little actual race. But no, she swept. Vice President Harris completely swept the West Coast. $1:22, almost 1:23 in the morning here, and just waiting for Pennsylvania and Alaska to be called by Associated Press. Why they still haven't called it is beyond me, but they hopefully will be calling it within the next few minutes. Our host Trevor is out on a little bit of a break right now. He's doing his personal business, getting his stuff together, probably getting some water for his voice because he has been talking for quite a while now. Still waiting on those key states here to fall in. Hello, welcome back.
Hello, just gonna step in here real quick. AP has still yet. I just lost connection for a second. Apologies, everyone. I don't know what happened there.
Everything's still good on your end?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good night.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
Now someone in my chat said good night.
Oh. House is... we just got Pennsylvania. AP just confirmed it.
AP confirmed Pennsylvania?
AP just updated literally 2 seconds ago that Pennsylvania is for Trump.
All right, well, I'm still waiting for that. Gonna try refreshing my page here.
Yeah, it's showing on my page that he got Pennsylvania.
All right. Well, it might just take them a little while. I mean, he's so far ahead, and if there really weren't that many left for him to go after, or not him to go after, but if there weren't that many ballots for them to count, I think it's pretty obvious. We're just going to go ahead and take a look here. Let's just take a look at Wisconsin. We haven't looked at Wisconsin in a while. Wisconsin, he still has a solid well over 100,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris in Wisconsin. If he wins Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, according to AP, Alaska does not matter, even though we know it will go red. Even if he just wins Pennsylvania, even if he just wins Pennsylvania, and we know Alaska will go red, he still will be the president. Obviously, you said AP went red for Pennsylvania. I'm still not getting an AP update yet.
Hold on, let me send you something here real quick, because
Okay.
I have it up on my phone here.
So
there you go. There's my AP.
So Waukesha County, which went red last election, which went blue last election, went red big in Wisconsin. Same with Green Bay area and Brown County. Another big one is that Eau Claire, really not even close, or really not that far off. Trump was only a couple thousand off in Eau Claire. Madison, Dane County, that was kind of a landslide, and that's obviously where she's getting all of her time as President Trump is now speaking, or former President Trump is now speaking.
I was just about to say I got some updates from some sources here that President Trump has taken the stage.
All right. Well, he says it's done. We obviously need to wait a little while to see for sure. Yeah, you're actually on AP. I'm going through.
I am.
I'm going through New York Times, their AP page.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm going directly from AP, and they just updated it as of 125, 124, 125. That Pennsylvania is for Trump.
All right, so officially for us, that basically says that Trump is the 47th president of the United States of America. Because we called Nebraska and Maine, and Alaska, calling Pennsylvania also will say that it's over. Trump says that he's going to help our country heal. Obviously, I'm not going to show it on stream because I don't want to get absolutely sent across the moon. So, once again, from the site I'm using, just waiting on Pennsylvania and Alaska to go red, and that will, I believe, wrap things up. See if I can go directly to AP this time. There's AP.
I kind of want to tune into Charlie Kirk's live stream because they're probably going absolutely ballistic right now.
So AP has said Pennsylvania just puts him 3 electoral votes short. Those 3 electoral votes are votes that he will get from winning Alaska. Which we really don't have any false beliefs that he will not win Alaska. Yes, so AP on here is also updated since I refreshed the page. So Trump could reach 312 on the Electoral College, but this just in as well from AP. Trump wins in Pennsylvania. I just lost my pen. Next to come, I will say, is probably going to be Minnesota. Still too close to calling Wisconsin, but in Minnesota, Kamala Harris has almost 200,000 votes now. That kind of came out of absolutely nowhere, but she will win that likely. Trump is saying that he has won the popular vote. Well, he's darn near close to winning the popular vote. There's not many votes left out there for Kamala Harris to achieve the popular vote from him, but I do believe that we can sufficiently say that the popular vote and the electoral vote will go to former President Trump. Now, whether he wins Wisconsin in the next, say, 30 minutes or Alaska, either way, he should be the 47th President of the United States. He's sitting at 267 to Kamala Harris's 214 at the moment. As we said, Minnesota, once again, I am on the verge of calling that race before AP does. It is still really close. It is still really close in Nevada as they're approaching 70%. No, sorry, they have broke 70%. They're at 73 now. It is still a pretty close race. Arizona, also a pretty close race. Trump's still leading over there as they're at 57% in Arizona. Michigan has been at 77 for a good while. He still has about a little bit below a 300,000 lead over Harris in Michigan, and Maine very likely to go to Harris as she has a 100,000 lead over Trump. Actually, 50,000 lead over Trump in Maine. Well, so as we reach this next part of the election, what are you thinking here?
Sorry, I was just texting one of my sources. He's making me laugh here. You know, as close as it was at the start, this is a landslide. Honestly, just not the landslide that Democrats were hoping for.
Yeah, so this was definitely a landslide in the opposite direction of the hill, based off of what they were saying. And I have to think that they're going to be really having to recycle their thoughts after this and circle back around for 2028, because we all know if things succeed, 2028 probably is going to be a little bit harder for Republicans, since they're not going to have Trump. And again, it's going to be interesting.
I personally think with the team that Trump has assembled, it's going to be easier for Republicans, just because of how connected his entire team is.
Yeah. That is a very good point. I agree that,
because from what I've seen so far, the Republican GOP has been nothing but community centered and focused on individuals. The Democratic Party has been focused on nothing but gaining funds with the endorsements that they've received.
So AP is
and that's another thing.
Yeah.
It's another thing is that the the lack of endorsements that the GOP has received is what really should show that they were the true people of the party of the people. Because majority of their campaign was self-funded. I mean, I'm sure they had a huge amount of support from the public, but I I can confidently say that majority of the GOP's campaign was personally funded.
Elon Musk as well.
Oh, I'm not denying that he probably pumped millions into it, but it didn't come from outside sources. Majority of the GOP's funding came internally.
Absolutely. As things stand, AP has updated and said that Wisconsin is very likely to go to Trump. Obviously, that will be updating probably within the next 20 minutes. It just breached 90%, so I expect AP to advance soon. Speaking of advancing, JD Vance is now on the podium, currently speaking at the Trump rally, where Trump is basically admitting that he has won the race, which was pretty obvious to us looking at it from the outside at the moment. The Wisconsin, we are probably going to see the Minnesota race called before the Wisconsin race. I believe I will call the Wisconsin race, or the Minnesota race before the Wisconsin race is called. Once again, all of our estimates show that Trump has won. We have technically called him the winner, based off of our projections for Alaska and for the Maine districts as well as the Nebraska districts. We are now seeing Arizona, he's 1.5 points up. Michigan, he's 7 points up. Nevada, he's 5 points up. And Wisconsin, he is 4. With majority of the percentage in Arizona doesn't matter this time. They can take 4 months all they care to finish the election results. As Maricopa County has stated, it will take a long time. So just have to say it was very well done from the Republicans. They put on a show. They really did. I mean, winning the Senate, they're tracking to win the House right now. In fact, I haven't updated the House in a while, so I'm just going to go to the House results. 189 to 165 at the moment. You know, we still have a bunch of House votes going. It could take days or weeks to, apparently.
I'm gonna DM you something here.
Okay. So Democrats have, according to AP, Democrats have flipped 2. And Republicans have flipped 1 at the moment. Currently 47th District House is leaning Republican by only 1 point. That may be interesting. That is
the House?
That is House District 47 against the Democrats.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of things to look at here for the House. There's a lot of races that are not done at the moment. Republicans need to win, according to here in the House, Republicans need to win 19 more Democrats would need to win 28. They need 43 to take majority. And
7 minutes. 7 minutes.
7 minutes?
I'm sorry. No, one of my sources. He's too quick. Hold on. I'll get you the context here in a second.
That's right. You sent me a DM. I gotta check that. Oh, yeah. I agree. It's gonna be funny. That's funny.
7 minutes.
That's hilarious. Hello, AP just broke.
Uh-oh.
I fixed it. Once again, we're waiting to hear about Wisconsin. It's 90% in, same with Minnesota. I'm going to wait a little longer to call Minnesota, but it is pretty good margin before... It's a pretty good margin between them for Minnesota to not go to Kamala Harris. Probably same with Wisconsin. That's another thing that I'm kind of weird about is why don't we call the races at like 70% when we know that no one's going to catch up legitimately? It just almost seems like it's just not. I don't know. It almost just doesn't make sense to me. So Nevada is also still pretty close, but Trump is leading in Nevada. Once again, he only needs 3 electoral votes, in which he gets those 3 from Alaska whenever AP decides to give Alaska to Trump. Surprised that AP hasn't given Alaska to Trump, since Alaska really hasn't gone blue in years. But we'll keep updated on that. He basically needs to win just one more state, and then he will be officially the president of the the 47th president of the United States come January this year. I mean, we look at this. He won Georgia. He won Pennsylvania. He needed to flip those. He won North Carolina, which was big. He needed to do that. He absolutely did everything he needed. I mean, he's winning by like almost 300,000 votes in Carolina now. 200,000 votes in Carolina. Looking at Georgia, he's got well over 100,000. Barely any votes left that need to be reported. But once again, we are still going to wait for one of one of 5 possible states to go to Trump so that it can be officially called. Thus far, we are likely moments away from calling Minnesota, from us calling Minnesota. Wisconsin, we're going to wait on all of the remaining states to be called by AP. Well, most likely. Again, he's 300,000 up in Michigan at 81%, which is just an incredible feat since he was down really bad against Biden in Michigan, same as Wisconsin. He has really done something that I was not expecting to see in this election. Once again, Arizona still sitting at 57%. It's said that they're not going to be able to get all of the votes in for a good period of time.
You know who should have won? Jan Qualkenbush. That's who should have won.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I would absolutely vote for Jan Qualkenbush. That man is something.
That man owns race cars.
He do. He knows what's good for this country. And what's good for this country is race cars.
Very true.
I'm going through my social media feeds.
Yeah, alas.
Oh my God. Turning Point USA. This is what happens when you F with Peanut. Yes. I completely forgot about Peanut.
Oh yeah, the raccoon and the squirrel in New York.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. So this is updated from the AP, from one of the deputy editors from AP. In every state that has counted most of its votes, Kamala has just been handed Minnesota, which I was going to do very shortly, with 90% of the votes, which we expected was going to happen. Trump says today will be known as the day that the American people regained control of their country. Thoughts on that as I update
I am going to be as unbiased on this comment as I can say. It's about time.
I'm going to see if I could somehow conveniently put it on there. Hey, look at that. I put it all on there. And I spelled it wrong, too. Apologies. Barty fell. So Kamala Harris has officially won Minnesota, leading us to likely Wisconsin being the next declared state. The only state that he needs...
Is it safe to say? Sorry. Is it safe to say that this is the single biggest election in U.S. history?
I don't know. I mean, there were some pretty big elections. 16, or not the 16, the 1700s. George Washington, that was a big election. The
okay,
late 1800s.
Let's go recent history. In the last 100 years of this country, has there ever been a more impactful and more globally focused election?
I would say that I can't remember in recent history there being one. I think both candidates obviously had a lot that they wanted to do, and they were both, both parties wanted to say that the other was going to be worse for the country. And obviously the country has made its decision. Something interesting, I was scrolling one time and I scrolled upon someone who was talking about how Hillary Clinton should have been president because she won the popular vote in 2016. It almost feels as if the Trump campaign said, "Hold my beer, I'm going to win all of it." And they have a whopping 5 million votes on Kamala Harris, as well as going on to likely break into the 300s in the range of their electoral college votes, basically being the biggest amount of votes that anyone has received in a while, possibly. We have seen, of course, Ronald Reagan achieve well over 300 into the 400s as well, where only one state went blue compared to Ronald Reagan. I mean, honestly, very, very intriguing that people, it almost seemed as if there were a lot of people, it was very obvious that there were a lot of people that did not want Trump as president, and they made it very vocal. But apparently there were a lot more people who did want him as president, and he's shown that tonight. With Minnesota going to Harris, Wisconsin well on its way, Michigan also well on its way. Michigan,
my map is taking forever to update.
It is likely that I will call Michigan very soon, as he has 300,000 votes on Kamala Harris in Michigan, which is a very vast margin. I was having a conversation earlier with some of them talking about how I thought Michigan was going to go red, and it just almost seemed, unfathomable. But Trump pulled out the numbers. He did an impressive job. He showed up where he needed to, and he gave everyone. He campaigned with things that people would want in a leader, and he campaigned with people that other people would want to have around in a presidential campaign. So I think he pulled the right strings, he pulled the right cards, and I would say it was a very smart performance from the president to pull this off.
Yeah, I want to say something, but I don't want to say something in case it's,
Now I'm concerned.
It is a bit religious. So I'll leave it up to you if you allow me to say it or not.
Well, what would it hurt? I think we've heard a lot tonight.
And this is 100% a personal belief. I'm going to say this is a biased take, but I well and truly do believe that God had a very big role in this.
So there you have it. That is absolutely not illegal for you to say, so good on you.
I well and truly believe that God is, if not the reason, one of the main reasons that Donald Trump is the president once again.
Um, so Trump leads by 14 points in Alaska at 55%. Hasn't moved since then. It's Alaska. I would not be surprised if they count by hand. Arizona, he's up 1.5. Michigan, he's up 6 points. Nevada, he's up 5 points. And Wisconsin, he's up 4 points. His lead in Michigan has me to believe more likely that we're going to see him, to see us call Michigan before we even call Wisconsin, even though Wisconsin is almost all the way in. Nevada is moving quickly. They're already up to 75%. Trump is leading by about 50,000 votes. Pretty tight. Most of those votes appear to be coming from the Las Vegas area. Let's use the graph for maybe the last time here. So most of the votes over here for Kamala Harris are coming from the Las Vegas area. In fact, almost half of them, with 374,000 coming in. Trump absolutely dominating in Nye County right now, but Nye County hasn't been fully counted. It's only 9% in. Lincoln County, he dominated over there. Not a lot of people in some of these counties. Esmeralda, 85% in. Again, not a lot of people. He seems to be winning a lot of the smaller areas in Nevada right now.
I just lost like 20 followers on my Instagram.
Oh, wow.
Literally within minutes.
Yeah, White Pine County, he also, like, only 3,000 people. It gets more in Elko with 16,000. Eureka County, a lot more. Lander still has more votes to be counted. But this is where it gets interesting. After Humboldt, Pershing, this is where it gets really interesting. Washoe County at 79% is currently red. That is the Reno area, and the Reno area went blue last election by like a long shot. It's also red in the Douglas County area, another surprise for me, at 88%. Lyon County, another surprise, 92%. And Churchill County, he brought in at 95%, 9,000 votes. So he is performing really well in Nevada. Kind of surprising, showing up in Reno. That kind of gets me interested as to, you know, what people think out there in Reno. From what I've heard, it's not a very red area in that state. Michigan, Trump is still leading by a mass amount at 82%. Once again, we'll call that pretty soon. Maine is obviously going to go to Kamala Harris at this point at 70%. 2 electoral votes, not really worth much. That'll bring her up to 226. Not super likely she's going to win another one. The most likely chance at the moment for her to win is Arizona and Nevada, and if she does, then she'll get... So her max could be... $243, I believe, at this point. With Wisconsin and Michigan likely to finish tonight. I don't know if Alaska will, but like I said, Alaska is not really that big of a deal, all things considered, for the final vote, seeing as he pretty much has Wisconsin and Michigan locked up. Wisconsin moved to 91%. He took another chunk out of her. He's now about 140,000 ahead of her in Wisconsin. Michigan, of course, he's still leading by about 300,000, almost exactly, points in Michigan. So something interesting is CNN did not call New Hampshire yet. It is still kind of relatively close in New Hampshire with 91% of the votes in. He could circle around and win in New Hampshire, but I feel like the likeliness of him getting around 20,000 votes at 91% is not likely, especially seeing as there really were not that many people in New Hampshire. As for New York, I think he outperformed, getting to 45 of 55. Every election cycle, it seems like New York gets redder. I think that's something interesting that we're going to have to watch for the next 4, 8, 12, maybe even 16 years. Who knows, in 16 years, we may be looking at a red New York, which is something that, a lot of people never thought they would say. So he overperformed out in New York. I would say he overperformed in Illinois as well, coming out only around 400,000 below Kamala Harris in Illinois, from what I'm seeing here. California, he's a solid close to 2 million down in California. That's kind of just the way it is in California. I don't think we're going to see California go red for a while. New Mexico, I'm just kind of looking at all of the blue states here. New Mexico, only...
I have an unrelated question.
Yep.
Will this stream have a VOD?
Probably.
Okay.
Unless I take it down, usually YouTube keeps them.
Okay, because another one of my sources would like to watch the VOD.
Okay. So
I say sources. I'm just trying to protect these people.
So Hawaii, I guess they haven't counted votes in Hawaii yet, but Hawaii's still projected to go to Harris. I'm not exactly sure why they have not projected Alaska yet. Kind of weird. Again, let's also take a look at Virginia. What's that?
They are also.
You cut out. Are you still there? I can't hear him. Yeah, I mean, he outperformed a lot of vastly blue states. I mean, Maryland, of course, he did not perform super great in Maryland. I'd say he outperformed in Delaware. New Jersey, even, he outperformed 52 to 47. That is kind of remarkable for New Jersey. Let's look at Connecticut. Connecticut, 100,000 down. Not really a performance, I would say. Like I said, New York, that was kind of outperforming. Vermont, I mean, nothing really to say to that. Massachusetts, 800 down. Decent in Rhode Island. New Mexico, I think, was a lot closer as well. There's a lot of places that he... Hello?
Got me?
Yep.
Radio check?
Yep.
Okay.
There's a lot of places that he really performed better than I would have expected for a Republican. Some places up north like Washington, obviously the coast, the West Coast, the deep blue West Coast, he did not do very well in. Washington and Oregon being two states like that. But California, didn't do well there. But then you go to New Mexico and he's only like 20,000 down in New Mexico. 30,000 down in New Mexico. Illinois, 500,000 down in Illinois. That's kind of an okay performance. Same with New York. So he did a lot better than I say that we expected, probably. Obviously.
Oh, he for sure did better than anybody expected.
But even in the blue states. Do we got anything yet? Has anyone called any states?
Nothing yet.
Nothing? Alright.
One of our sources is doing a little bit of trolling in the Iora server right now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, nothing too bad, but
I know exactly who he's doing it to as well.
yeah.
Is it in general?
Nope.
Where is he doing it in?
Hold on, this is what this is the picture that he sent to me because he DM'd it to me.
They must have deleted it from general. Then.
And he just DM'd it.
No, right. I'm just saying he must have deleted the.
No. I'm saying I don't think he sent it. I think he only DM'd it.
Well, I mean, in general, they're grilling him for it.
In what? In which one?
Yeah, the no politics and oh yeah, that's what. Yeah. So they must have deleted a message or two that he said.
Mm-hmm. The only two things he said was "Thank God ... and God bless America."
Huh.
And now they're apparently ripping him a new one for that. That's hilarious. Come on, AP, give us the updates.
All right. Still waiting. No states to call right now. Once again, we have already basically called the winner of the election, which was Trump. When we called Alaska when it first opened polls, and we knew that it was going to be over from then. Nothing from Wisconsin or Michigan just yet. Nevada has been slowly trickling upwards. I'm going to take a look at Nevada. The polls still look similar. Like I said, it went very red in Reno, which is surprising for me overall. I did not expect to see Reno go red at all.
I do gotta say, the social media fallout is about to be atrocious.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch over the next
Because
couple of weeks.
I've already lost 20 followers, and it hasn't even been 30 minutes since I posted my story.
Yeah.
Which is wild to me. Oh, here's a big update outside of politics. Apparently, apparently Sauber, as of 10 minutes ago, just released a statement that they're not re-signing Valtteri or Zhou.
Oh. Well, that's
interesting.
That's two turns of events.
Yeah. 10 minutes ago, per the Stake F1 team Instagram, after open and constructive discussions with Valtteri Bottas and Zhou Guanyu, we mutually concluded that conditions to continue together could not be met, so we agreed that it is time to part ways. We would like to thank both for the contributions they have made to the team in the last 3 years. They have been the embodiment of professionalism, using their experience and youth enthusiasm to grow our sport.
Well, that's turn of events, everyone. Non-politics, that's turn of events. Once again, nothing really happening.
Oh my god, I love that.
AP still has yet to release the official winners of Michigan and Wisconsin. Just checking with with almost 100% votes, Trump is still leading in Pennsylvania by a lot, just making sure nothing changed. Still leading in Georgia. I haven't seen any votes change recently. Votes are still being counted. They have gone up. I'm actually actively watching them. They've almost gone up 1 million since almost an hour ago. Crazy to think it's been almost an hour. But
still sitting at a 5 million vote difference.
But the minute that we know that Wisconsin or Michigan or Alaska has gone to President Trump, and we know that he is the President of the United States, I believe I'm going to cash out and go to bed, because
I thought you were about to say something completely different there.
Because I am tired. And I've been covering this for a while, so really no updates.
Yeah, you've been going for a while.
Alaska is now at 64%. No other changes thus far. Michigan hasn't changed, neither has Wisconsin. Maine has gone a little bit more, but still no changes. That still is in Kamala's court at the moment. Michigan still has 300,000 on her at the moment. Wisconsin, it's still a little bit under 200,000. Still too close to call. Don't know how many states they still have to look at for them to officially call it in Wisconsin. But it is likely to go red in Wisconsin. And to surprise of a lot of people, it's actually more likely to go red in Michigan, I would say. Alaska, very likely red, and obviously Alaska will decide the game here. But we've already decided as I mentioned, we pulled that Trump was going to win Alaska. We'll see how everything works out at the end of this. Obviously, some votes are going to take longer to finish, but generally we do know who is going to be the president. Yeah, there is no way that she can get to 270, although the projections still have not gone and set up to Alaska. Even though we know Alaska is going to go red, there's still that chance that Alaska obviously could flip. But Alaska has not flipped in the last 60 years. That was what was sent. That was sent by the.
I got a question for you.
Yes.
And this is another out of context thing, but why are 11 out of the last 15?
You cut out. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You cut out with what you were saying.
I said 11 out of the 15 most recent posts on NASCAR's official page are only Joey Logano. What is happening?
What?
Go look at their. Oh, you don't have Instagram. That's right.
Huh.
Yeah.
Are they leaking the script? Still no updates. But Trump has officially breached 69 million votes. Kamala still at 63. 63,900,000. Yes.
Oh. Worry about Modern Warfare coming true. No, not a good joke.
I didn't hear it. You cut out.
I said at least we don't have to worry about Modern Warfare coming true.
Oh boy. That's funny. Oh, Wisconsin went up 1%. Time to check it. All right. So, Wisconsin going up 1%. Looks like Harris gained just a tiny bit. So we still probably can't call Wisconsin. It is 1,611,000 to 1,490,000. So still over.
Michigan's only at 78%.
They're at 82 according to the one I'm looking at. And they're 300, and Trump is 300,000 ahead in Michigan.
What the heck? Come on.
So I would say we're getting very close to being able to call a state, likely Wisconsin next, Again, Alaska really has not done anything for the last 20 minutes. It went up once to 64% and has been that same way for the past 30 minutes maybe. We'll see if we get to projecting Trump as the winner in Wisconsin or before AP does.
Oh, my Wi-Fi does not like me right now.
Did you see the meme I sent you?
I did. That was hilarious.
So continuing to track the swing states here. Trump is up 7 points in Michigan. When he started, he was up 3. He has gained a whole 4 more points since we started. That is impressive. They're at 83%. They say that most votes will be in by Eastern time on the day after the election. So we may have to wait to see the finish of Michigan as well. Wisconsin, I mean, it is the morning after the election. And I would say once we get to 94% on Wisconsin, we can probably call it. Wisconsin is going to take, or not Wisconsin, Arizona is going to take a little while. Maine went up 1%. Maine is 316,000 to 264,000. So it is still Kamala Harris. 72% through. Michigan also is at 83% now. He still has that 300,000 point lead in Michigan. As we continue to await the official announcement that President Trump has won Wisconsin. Once again, we are waiting for that just so that we can know for sure that the time is up and it's over. And for my brain's sake, I'm hoping that announcement comes very soon from AP because I could use a lot of sleep now. Otherwise, nothing has changed. Uh, 4 hours and 24 minutes, folks, and we have gone through the entire election together. We've seen all the swing states, all the states that we knew were not going to go to one specific opponent or the other. So Harris is up by 9 points in Maine. Something interesting, I did mention New Hampshire in my predictions. I did believe that there was a chance that New Hampshire would go red. And New Hampshire, it is 3 points, but that is rather close for a state like that. Also, New Jersey was only 5 points. Those are states that she was expected to win easily, whereas I can't seem to find a state that Trump was expected to win easily that he didn't go under double digits on. I can see at least 2 on here. Connecticut and New Jersey, and the rest of them were pretty low as well, being 11 points for New York, underperforming in New York. Also Illinois, so 3. Underperforming in Colorado, likely. Maine, she is at 9 above, which is probably more than possible. But underperforming in New Hampshire with only 3 above, that was not expected. Virginia, 5 points. Virginia almost had a chance to go to Trump, and then it swayed the other direction. New Mexico as well. But the swing states are all looking red right now. Every single one of them are appearing to go to Trump. And if Maricopa County single-handedly sways to Kamala Harris, it should not matter when they officially call Wisconsin, which we are still waiting on. Maine went up another percent. We will check on that in a minute. His margins, don't exactly know why Florida was a narrow win. The only place where he came close to maybe losing was the 2nd Maine district. But Florida, 13 points. Iowa, 14 points. Texas, 14 points. Not sure why those are narrow victories, because those are places where we have seen Republicans win for the last several years, at least since Obama. States where he won easily, he's always above average in most of these states. 31 points up, Arkansas. Alabama, 31 points up. Currently 16 up in Alaska. That might change. Kansas, 17 up. Better than last election. He was 12 up. Kentucky, 31 as well. Mississippi, 23. Missouri, 18. Nebraska, 20. Nebraska District 1 by 12. Nebraska District 3 by 54. North Dakota by 36. Oklahoma by 34. South Dakota by 34. 30 for Tennessee. West Virginia absolutely ripping it, plus 42, and Wyoming plus 47. So the numbers never dropped for Trump in all of the stuff, in all of the states that he was expected to win easily, and all of the states that she was expected to win easily. She came close to losing a few of them on a few occasions, and I believed she maybe could have lost New Hampshire if it didn't, basically, if there were more than 20,000 votes to be able to have been found, I believe that he could have won New Hampshire, but there are not 20,000 votes, I believe, after 92% of people in New Hampshire, only being in the 100,000s. I could be wrong, but I also feel like I'm not wrong in this case. I mean, he just outperformed everything. Still not done. What's that?
I was just gonna say, I can't. Obviously, you can't put this on just his efforts, because the entire GOP was like a dog with a bone, and the dog hadn't eaten in 3 weeks. They were relentless.
Yeah.
And it paid off for them.
Yeah, the GOP definitely did not want a repeat of 2020. They knew that 2020 kind of showed a weakness in America, a weak side, where people were easily...
I don't think the... Go ahead.
I was just going to say where people were easily swayed by what Joe Biden had to promise and not what he has done, or what he could do. And unfortunately, those things never worked out, and we're kind of burdened by those things, and I think that's what also kind of dragged down Kamala Harris to an extent, but we can't blame it completely on that. Carry on your thought.
If I had the thought, it just left.
Oh. Arizona just gained.
Here's what I was gonna say. Sorry. I also think that the entirety, like what happened during the 2020 election, I don't think that can ever happen again. I think too many Americans are smarter now than they have been to really fall for something like that or let something like that happen again.
Was that in reference? I'm just gonna
to the mail-ins.
Yeah. To the alleged.
I honestly do not think. Yeah. To what was alleged that happened, but I honestly don't think that everyday Americans are going to be stupid enough to let that happen again, or not stupid, but ignorant enough to let that happen again.
Because even if it didn't happen, it's something to think about.
Exactly.
In the House, Republicans are now at 192 to Democrats 170. Democrats have won 16, and Republicans have won 8 thus far. They have 19 left, and Democrats have 27 left to reach majority. It appears, according to this, that no House spots have been technically flipped as of yet. Abortion rights also have passed in 4 states, and votes are being counted in 5 more states with abortion on the ballot. Florida's abortion rights measure won a majority of votes, but required 60% to pass and did not reach the threshold. Colorado allows for right to abortion and use of public funds. Maryland is right to reproductive freedom. Missouri is right to abortion until fetal viability. Nebraska ban on abortion after.
That's very gray wording.
Yeah. Nebraska is ban on abortion after the first trimester. They have not voted on the right to abortion until fetal viability, or it hasn't gone through yet. New York is equal rights, including protection from pregnancy discrimination. Not sure what that's exactly supposed to mean. Arizona, Montana, and Nevada, all 3 are voting on the rights to abortion until fetal viability. And South Dakota is right to abortion in the first trimester thus far.
I just thought of a really funny joke, but I don't know if it might be towing the line of defamation, so I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Okay.
I'm gonna DM it to you, and I'll let you make the call.
Even AP is acting as if we didn't already know this, but Trump has an 86% victory chance in Arizona, as if we didn't know that already.
Please tell me you know who that is.
I'll check it. 1 second. Unfortunately, I do not. Arizona went up 1%. Nothing really changed. Still waiting to officially call the race in Wisconsin and Michigan. Thus far, we're pretty far along. Not far enough along to be able to call the race officially yet. Although most have called it, we are waiting for AP to officially call it. Alaska being the alleged decider. After the performance from Trump tonight, I think it's safe to say that he is not going to lose Alaska. And if he does, then that just does not follow the performance that he has had tonight or the performance that the Republicans have had in Alaska for years on end. I don't know. All we can do right now is sit and wait before we go to bed.
Here's a football stat for you.
All right.
In the time it took Donald Trump to win an election, lose one, and then win another one, Daniel Jones has still not thrown a touchdown pass at MetLife Stadium.
That is horrible, but that is hilarious.
Oh man. Did you get my DM?
Yeah, I did. I didn't understand it, unfortunately.
Oh, you don't know who that is. Oh man. Oh wait, you don't have TikTok, do you?
No.
Oh, dang it. Yeah, no, you wouldn't get that reference. Okay. Oh, man. I'm going to go out and say it. We are witnessing a very, very crucial piece of U.S. history. We are living in a monumental piece of U.S. history right now.
I agree. Well, all right. We still haven't seen any changes, so I'm going to once again step away for just a little while. Just to give my legs a stretch because we don't know how long we'll be here. If you want to entertain them again, Spencer.
I will do what I can with my internet.
All right. Well, I'll be back. Don't worry.
Alrighty. Oh my, what a turn of events tonight. Alaska's still sitting at 59%, Wisconsin at 92%, Michigan at 80%, Nevada at 68%, and Arizona at 52%. And Maine is sitting at 72%. So, with that, with the current standing, still officially 3 points away, unofficially going to be the 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Still just waiting on these last couple updates from AP News. Once those come through and once it's official, we can go to bed. Till then, we're still waiting on at least one of these states to come through. Once at least one of these states comes through, it will be official and we can start calling former President Trump just President Trump. Just gotta wait until one of these states pops up. Once it does, and I'm gonna laugh if it happens when Trevor's gone, but once it does, it's game over. Most recent updates for the House, Democrat Pete Aguilar has been elected in California's 33rd district, and Democrat Ami Bera has been elected into California's 6th district. The House currently sits at 175 Democrat to 194 Republican. Once again, still waiting on any one of these states to roll in. House, I think, is the only portion of government that has not been decided yet. Officially, that is. But unofficially, we are looking at a Republican GOP president and a Republican Senate. Officially reported, or the Senate has been official. If the Senate was officially called a few hours ago, so we have the Senate to the Republicans, and we have the White House to the Republicans, but we do not have the House uh, voted on just yet. Still no major changes from any of these undecided states yet. Still waiting on votes to roll in. Looks like Nevada is at 93%, Arizona 52%, Maine still at 72%, Alaska still at 59%, Michigan still at 81%, and Wisconsin still at 92% votes counted. Like we were talking about earlier, this was a monumental downfall for the Democratic Party. They tried reusing tactics from the 2020 election. They tried fear mongering. They tried everything they could in their power to get this election in their hands, and it simply did not come through. It would definitely be a very, very different story right now, and it would still be very close. But I do believe that because Pennsylvania and Georgia both solidified Republican, once again, 6 states still waiting for the results of their counts. No significant changes as of yet for any of the undecided states. Still sitting at about the same vote counts as before. Wisconsin is up to 93. Arizona is at 52. Nevada is at 93 as well. So it looks like Nevada and Wisconsin are going to be wrapping up here soon. Alaska, not so soon. And Michigan, not so soon. So it's looking like Nevada and Wisconsin will be the two, either one of the 2 states to be announced next. Projected, at least, with the percentage of votes still available or still being counted. Looks like majority of the states are up to date. Wisconsin being the furthest behind by approximately about 3 minutes updated. 3 minutes last updated. any day now on these updates. Wisconsin just got updated. Yep, looks like we are almost currently updated. Just waiting on Nevada to update as of 3 minutes ago now. 93%, along with Wisconsin, 93%. Alaska is up to 62% now, with Donald J. Trump taking a 40,000 vote lead. Looks like just under 40,000. Still waiting on one of these states to be called. But once it happens, I believe that is game over. Currently taking a peek at the Charlie Kirk screen, and they are having a time right now, I'll tell you that much. Welcome back.
And breaking news now, we have decided that Wisconsin has updated, and we have decided that we feel that it is too far away for Vice President Harris to catch back up, so we have declared President Trump the winner of Wisconsin. Officially, if AP feels the same ruling soon, marking Trump as the official 47th president of the United States. So there you have it.
Alaska is up to 62%.
Yeah, Alaska for me is 68, and Nevada is 85. Nevada, he has almost 100,000. Nevada may somehow end up finishing before Michigan. Either way, whatever.
Yeah, Michigan's only 82.
Whatever state we end up finishing with, no matter what, he will be the president of the United States with whatever state they give him next. So that will be interesting to say. But Nevada is moving a lot quicker than Michigan at this point. Nevada went from 75 something now up to 85 within the time that I was gone, and Michigan has been at 83 to 84 for a while. Although I feel we may make the decision to call Michigan very shortly due to the fact that he is up literally 300,000 votes in Michigan, a gap that we simply do not believe will be attainable. But as for that, us officially announcing Wisconsin, we will stick around to see if AP feels the same way as us. Wisconsin or Alaska or Nevada will all, whichever one of those three that will be announced next will be the decider for the end of this election, as long as one of them does not go to Kamala, Vice President Harris. We will likely not see the end technically tonight. It is very likely we will be hearing from Arizona for a while. So there's a possibility that we will not know the winner of the popular vote for a while. Although I do not believe that there are 5 million people in Arizona that are going to allow Vice President Harris to get up to President Trump's 69,653,772 votes. What's your thought on that?
Sorry, I'm just reading into the date that the Electoral College votes. I did not know that they voted on the third Tuesday or the first Tuesday after the second Wednesday in December.
Huh.
That's interesting. So the college will be voting on the 17th of next month. Oh my, I want to go to bed.
Same. Well, you're relieved of your duties if you want to.
I just want to chill out and watch this with you because I don't want to say it, but we all know what's going to happen. I just got to make sure.
Is
I
it
don't
just
want no funny business happening at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Is it just me, or did Nevada and Wisconsin lose a percentage?
Yeah, they were up to 93. Now Wisconsin's still at 93. Nevada's down to 91 now.
Oh, Nevada was at 84, or was at 85. Hang on, I'm gonna reload.
When I checked last, they were at 93, tied with Wisconsin.
Interesting. Let me reload and see if it's a me issue. Not. So the Electoral College is when they will officially, when they vote, it'll be when they officially mark that Trump is the president of the United States. They're really not allowed to do anything outside of say yes. Yeah, so we lost we lost percentage in Nevada and Wisconsin. Kind of interesting. Wisconsin went from 93 to 92, and Nevada went from 85 to 84. But Nevada's now back up at 85, Wisconsin's at 93, and Michigan's now at 85. We're going to check Michigan. He's still
I'm still seeing Nevada at 91.
That's interesting.
I'm on the actual AP site. Are you on AP or are you on New York Times?
I'm on New York Times, which updates a little later, okay. But the map is more convenient.
Gotcha.
It allows me to show stuff in real time a little bit better. So Arizona also went up 1%. President Trump now at 996,782, and Vice President Kamala Harris at 948,089.
Wow. Within 30 minutes, Kick Sauber announced that they're within an hour, sorry, Kick Sauber announced that they're booting both Valtteri and Zhou, and they already announced that Bortoleto is going to be one of their drivers.
Bortoleto?
Yeah.
What about the guy who won the F2 championship last year? Does nobody care?
That That was Bortoletto.
I thought it was what's his face?
Oh no, I'm sorry. He's the current F2 champion,
Yeah.
or the current F2 championship leader.
Hang on, I gotta look up last year's F2 guy. Teo Porcher. No, Felipe Drugovich. That's who I was thinking of. It's like because Porcher went to IndyCar, but Felipe Drugovich, he doesn't have a ride, I don't think, and he managed to win a championship in 22.
Theo, what 5 minutes ago commented, what did Theo Porcher do to you? Somebody else commented, I think he signed a contract for WEC next year anyways.
That's hilarious, dude. That's hilarious that someone said that after I just said, not after. And Michigan went down to 84 now.
Bruh.
That is weird. I think the maps are just being glitchy. Anyway, Alaska's sitting here with Trump at 56% right now to 40. Kind of higher than I thought. Or not higher. Closer than I thought. Michigan, like I said, still basically in the same boat as it was before.
All we need is Tyler Reddick to win the NASCAR championship and Lando Norris to win the F1 championship, and this will be the year of upsets.
Nah. I'll take a Tyler Reddick championship, but no thank you to the Lando.
Why not?
I don't know. He was kind of mean last week. Did you hear what he was saying about Max?
Yeah,
That was kind of like unnecessary and completely like projecting.
I have to be awake in 3 hours.
Oh my gosh. Go to bed, dude.
Nah.
Nah. That's funny.
I only work for like 4 hours anyways, so.
Yeah. So anyway, we've called Wisconsin. It's possible Nevada will be the next one. I thought Michigan maybe was, but I'm leaning more towards it being Nevada. Oh, but Michigan did just go up several percent. It is now a 200,000 vote difference. Trump with 2,550,645 to Harris's 2,326,000. So he lost a little bit in Michigan. Nonetheless, I don't think it's any reason why he shouldn't be declared the winner very soon in Michigan. Meanwhile, nothing else really happening. We are going to take a quick peek on the House, since that is another currently occurring situation. 3 Democrats won. Not sure who it was just recently, but three Democrats have won their respective houses since we last looked. It is now 193 to 173. They're still counting in a bunch of the states. New York.
I see 194 to 176.
It probably updated. I don't know. Michigan District 6 just went to a Democrat. So yeah, probably just updated. Wisconsin District 3 is pretty tight, still too close to call. Derek Van Orden, the Republican, is leading by 11,000 votes at the moment. Those are some of the votes that are ending pretty quickly here. But those are the ones that are up like soon. We got a lot of races still going. Maine has 1. New York has 2. New Jersey has 1. 3 in Pennsylvania. 1 in Maryland. Illinois has 2 going. Iowa has 1 more going. Nebraska again. Wisconsin has 1 as well. Montana, Utah, Louisiana, North Carolina, and Maryland and New Jersey all have 1. Virginia with 2. North Carolina, Ohio with 2 as well. Michigan with 3. Wisconsin 1. Washington with 6 remaining. Oregon with 3. Nevada with 3. Arizona also with 6 as well. California with an extreme amount remaining. Alaska has 1. And Texas also has 1. Heading back to the presidential race here. Still no call. We still await the results. I believe the final 3 that we will see tonight are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada. Otherwise, I believe it will be morning by the time that we see... We may see Maine, but I believe it will be morning by the time that we see Alaska, and Arizona will likely be over the next several days. Luckily, we will know who the president is before. Unlike the last election where we were left wondering for... What's that?
I was just saying, that's interesting. 2311 is appealing, but I don't think Trackhouse or RCR is. Wisconsin
just lost 1%. I don't... On this map.
Michigan is at 87 now.
He's at 89 on this one now.
Okay.
Same distance. Did not lose anything. Literally, probably just a couple more percent, maybe 1 or 2, away from clinching. All right, I'm gonna do a quick reload on the page here to make sure that we're on the update. I would like to see them call one of these states within the next 20 minutes. I
That
don't
would be nice.
exactly know the likelihood that we will see Wisconsin called very soon. Michigan is 1% away from being 90. I believe we could probably call it at 90%, seeing how he is still well over 200,000 ahead, despite the Detroit area and Wayne County being so influential for the Democrats. It obviously did not sway any votes at all, as more of the people in the rural areas wanted to vote for Trump. Still not really any movement in Maine or Arizona. We still await to see what happens in Maine. Nothing really has changed over there. Nevada just lost 1% on my thing again, which usually means it goes up. What are you seeing
I'm seeing 91.
in Nevada?
Uh-huh.
Maybe it'll update and go to 91 now.
You might lose me here.
Oh.
Nope, we're good. Got me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got you.
It is not having it right now.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of interested as to why exactly it is the percentage is changing, like, back and forth for me.
Yeah, Arizona's down to 53 now.
53.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is it?
Well,
is it
it's
57?
56 for me. That's not too far off.
Okay. Yeah, it's
I
57 for the four.
I was thinking that you said. I was thinking you were talking about Nevada, and I'm like, what? Okay, that's not normal.
Alaska's up to 73%.
I don't know. I'm watching it pretty good, though.
Oh, man.
So currently on our projections, he's up to 280. As we projected him the winner of Alaska and Wisconsin. Not exactly sure when we're going to see the call yet. We still are not projecting. We're still not projecting Michigan just yet because it's still too close to call. Almost
88% now.
Almost to 90%. 88% where? Nevada?
Michigan.
Michigan?
Nevada's at 91%.
That's weird. My percents are 89 Michigan, 84 Nevada. And then 56 Arizona, 68 Alaska, 93 Wisconsin, 73 Maine.
The only one that matches up for me is Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona is at 53, Alaska's at 73, Wisconsin 93, Michigan 88, Nevada 91, and Maine 72.
Well, nothing has changed in the process of this, so I think it's probably just an issue with their stuff. He's 3
Yeah,
points.
because Alaska hasn't been updated in 11 minutes for me.
Yeah. He's 3 points.
Everything else. Oh, Nevada hasn't been updated since 259.
So
That's
was
interesting.
That's not. That's weird.
Yeah, Alaska hasn't been updated since 302, and Nevada hasn't been updated since 259.
It is still 69 million to 64. He's almost to 70 million. Look up how much is usually the popular vote. 70 million seems like a really lot. Oh, Arizona went, or not Arizona. Nevada went back up to 80.
So, I don't have numbers, but I have percentages for you.
That's weird. Not that it's your fault. I'm just saying it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I have, so the last 3 elections, Democrats actually had the popular vote.
Yeah.
Trying to find. Oh, I don't want percentages. I want. I want numbers. I don't want percentages. Yeah, it's not giving me percentages right now.
In 2020, Biden won 81 million votes nationwide, and Trump had 74 million. That is a lot of people. Why does it seem like it's really low now when we're approaching the end? Well, technically, there are a lot of people to count in Arizona still. I wouldn't think 10 million, though. So Fox News has thus far said that Trump is the president, or is your new president. AP is still waiting to, I guess, waiting for Wisconsin. We gave up on waiting and already called Wisconsin. CNN, I believe, has called Wisconsin as well.
Yeah, I'm still not finding any numbers for you.
That's all right.
At least for the popular vote. I only have electoral college votes.
See what CNN says here. CNN actually hasn't let Trump win the main electoral vote yet.
Of course they haven't.
Yeah, so CNN still hasn't given Trump Wisconsin.
Which is at 94% now.
Which is it's
and
at
Michigan's
94.
at 88 still. It is at 94% now.
It's showing 90.
And Alaska's now at 73%.
CNN is saying 96 in Wisconsin and 86 in Michigan and then 88 in Nevada. And then
Alaska and Nevada still haven't updated.
69 in Alaska over there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. AP is being weird.
Yeah, that's weird that they haven't updated yet.
They also still haven't given Kamala, or CNN also still hasn't given Kamala Maine yet.
Yeah, neither is AP.
Yeah. Not Maine, New Hampshire. That's what I meant.
Really?
Yeah. AP has had Kamala had in New Hampshire for like the past several hours actually. So you said Wisconsin's up to 94 for you?
94%, yes.
Well, they should be calling soon because that's kind of like right before the very end. They should be calling that.
Yeah, okay, we can add Arizona to the list that hasn't been updated. Their last update was 310.
Interesting.
All the other Wisconsin and Michigan are currently updated, along with Maine. Or no, Maine hasn't updated in 8 minutes. Alaska hasn't updated since 3:02. Nevada hasn't updated since 2:59, and Arizona has not updated since 3:10.
Interesting.
Get some water. Ugh.
They're probably just slow to update, but we're going to continue to monitor it. So,
this is the latest I've stayed up in a very long time.
I want to go to bed, but I also need to make sure to see the end
We
of
at least
this.
Yeah. Come on, at least update either Alaska or Nevada. I feel like once you update it, you'll throw them.
Michigan, was that always at 89?
Oh. Nevada 83, Michigan 88. Nevada just got updated 83%.
Nevada was at 85 before.
What the fuck? Okay.
I don't know what to think.
Wisconsin 94.
They just need to call Wisconsin. Because, I mean, Fox has done that, but AP still hasn't, so that's kind of interesting.
It's now 20 minutes since Alaska has been updated. And 12 minutes since Arizona has been updated. House is still pretty close, man. 176, 195.
Mm-hmm. Harris said she will not speak at Howard University on election night as planned after Trump won.
Yeah, she doesn't want to speak to an empty crowd. Oh my god, it's Bortoletto and Hulkenberg.
Nico?
Yeah.
What other Hulkenberg is there? That is wild that
Yeah.
they picked. That is wild they picked Nico over K-Mag. I like them both equally, but I mean I would have gone with K-Mag. It is well over 100K in Wisconsin. I feel like AP should be able to confidently call it, but they're not going to.
Is it me or does Russell Brand look like an older Daniel Ricciardo?
I could see that. So Wisconsin just updated for me. Now I'm waiting on Michigan and Nevada.
Still no updates from Alaska or Arizona.
Nevada just dropped another percent.
Yeah, they're down to 83.
It's 84 for me.
Ah.
I can't really tell what's going on with that.
Dude, it is so hot in this room. I want it to be cold. It's November. It's supposed to be cold. What is this? I know y'all got control of the weather. Just slap some ice in them bitches. Excuse my language.
Ooh.
Brother, just update, please.
Just give them the win in Wisconsin, AP. We all want to go to bed.
Give me something. I'm not even. No, dude, it's not even worth sleeping at this point. I gotta be up in 2.5 hours.
Oh my goodness.
I'm literally, like, the second this is done, I'm probably gonna watch something and then just get up and start my day.
Yeah.
See, if I had the school bus job, I'd be asleep by now. But
This is an important election.
it is a very important election. Arizona updated.
What is it at now?
Finally, it's at 54.
It's been at 56 for me. What on earth?
I don't know, man. They just updated it. Don't come at me.
Are you at 94 in Wisconsin?
I'm at 94 in Wisconsin. Alaska still has not updated.
It is 3 a.m., by the way.
Yeah.
You know the connotations. At this point, at this point, I feel like I should just stop streaming and just watch it.
That's your call.
Watch it and then fall asleep.
Yeah.
But
Come on.
I think what's going to happen is the minute that I turn my stream off, they're going to say President Trump officially has won Wisconsin.
Nevada just jumped from 70% to 83% for me.
It's at 84 right now. It was at 85. Now it's back up at 85. I don't know what it's doing, but Trump got up to 70,000 votes.
Just call it already. Let us sleep.
Interesting. Now he's only leading by 2 in Arizona. Arizona, it's 1,000,000 to 900 at the moment. You saw how long we had to wait for it to go. From 93 to 94% in Wisconsin.
Please.
Let's see what's going on in Alaska. Really nothing. He's 15 up in Alaska.
An update. I got an update for you from AP directly.
All right.
Why hasn't AP called the race yet? We're awaiting late vote updates from Michigan's Wayne County and Wisconsin's Milwaukee County, two Democratic strongholds that present Harris's only path to win either state. The races are too early to call.
Milwaukee. Milwaukee's already pretty blue. Is that from their little updates that they put down below?
Yeah, they said here's what to know.
Oh, how long are they going to take?
I don't know, but they just updated again. Harris still has a possible path to victory through Michigan or Wisconsin. Those races remain too early to call.
Just call it. Hang on, I'm going to mute.
Yeah, he's up to 70.0018.
Oh, I thought you meant 270.
No. He broke 70 million.
Oh. I was like, how did he break 270 already?
He's still up 200 in Michigan, and he's still up
100.
over 100, just over 100, like 120
I feel like that's
in
not.
Wisconsin.
I feel like that's not an attainable number. I mean, that's why I called it. I mean, at 94%. Hang on, let me do some math real quick.
Yeah. How many votes do they have left to count? Do we know?
I'm gonna see what 94% of, let's say, what? Hang on. 640, 435 plus 1,529,953 is 3,170 divided by 0.94.
So they're only focusing on Wisconsin and Michigan right now. Those are the two most recent Those are the two states that are getting updated the most.
Yeah. So that's
And
why everything's digging.
It's been 30 minutes and they still have not updated Alaska.
Yeah.
He's only up 50,000 in Arizona. That's crazy.
That's only 33,000 votes. There's no way. If they're 90, okay, if they're 94% of the way, there's only 33,000 votes left to get to 100. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, there's no.
There is literally no way. If they're 94% of the way through, I mean, they would literally have to dump. Like, it would have had to have been a perfect sweep in Milwaukee County. And it went down again. But just give him the dang thing.
Or update Alaska.
Yeah.
Considering it's been 33 minutes since you did it.
Is it still at 94 in Wisconsin for you?
It is.
It went down to 93 for me.
That's wild that after, what, 6 hours, Arizona's still only at 54%.
Mm-hmm. Still went down 1% for me. What on earth? How is that fire alarm still going?
You know what?
I'm just curious.
I don't know.
I mean, it's been like a month, I think.
Yeah, about that long.
Dang. It's kind of funny, to be honest. Ugh. Kind of hungry.
Dude, I'm starving right now.
I'm sitting in a wooden chair, too, and I've been sitting in the same wooden chair for about 5
Please
hours now.
update Alaska for me.
I've been sitting in the same wooden chair for like the past 5 hours.
Oh, God. How many votes did you say she needed in Wisconsin?
She needed like 100,000, and the math didn't math, and it said like 33 votes is how many she could actually get. Not 33, but like 33,000. What, did she get 100,000?
No, she's still 120 behind, so.
Hmm. I mean, it went back 1% again for me.
Brother.
What's up, brother? I think for the sake of my mental sanity, I think I'm just gonna. Oh.
Did we get an update?
Well, she's 100,010 down. 110,000 down. So she kind of gained traction.
It's still not possible.
111,000 down. 94%. Yeah, no. I don't see it happening. Michigan's 90% in now.
I'm still seeing 88.
It's a little bit under. Michigan is a little bit under 200,000. Yeah, I'm cutting this stream off. And then I'm going to go to bed
Okay.
soon. Alright, well,
Okie day.
that was fun, everyone. Hope to see you all next time. Maybe in 4 years. Maybe I'll do it again. We'll see. Alright.
This was very fun. I hope to be back on. Thank you for having me, Trevor.
Thank you for joining me, Spencer. It was a lot of fun.
Of
Alright.
course.
Good night, chat, and everyone have a good one. Happy Election Day.